we are ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Melissa, if you would tell Miriam we're correct and let me know when to begin.
We're ready to start.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the San Bruno City Council meeting of June 9th, 2020. Do apologize for the little delay. We were just we just concluded another meeting and had a Zoom from one, Zoom to the other. But at this time, let's call the meeting to order. And if we could ask for roll call, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Mason? Here. Yes, I see. Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Vice Mayor Salazar?
Here.
Mayor Medina?
Here. This evening, I had asked for I think, very special guest, young lady, Mariana Bullock, who had put on a gathering at San Bruno City Park. She is a Cappuccino student who just concluded her junior year, now will be a senior. She is 17, and upon her and friends was, what can we do and how do we make a difference? And that's what it's about. So she facilitated about an hour event at the city park where she spoke very, very eloquently, did a great job. Her family was very instrumental in assisting her along with the community. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful moment for us all as a community to be together. So with us beginning tonight, this is going to be our future that writes a better history than we have today. So with all your permission, I would ask Ariana if you would lead us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ariana and I had talked last evening when I was asking her, and there's the commitment that we were going to keep, that there was no speeches, and she didn't really want to say much. But before you depart, on behalf of the council, because everyone who has seen and watched and observed, very, very proud and very impressed. And I know you will do exceptionally well in your leadership class next year at CAP, and I'm sure they're going to be very fortunate to have you, and we will see and hear from you again. So with our best wishes for a happy and safe summer, and thank you for yesterday, and thank you for being with us for the pledge. Thank you, Ariana.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals allowed 3 minutes. It is council policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or actions where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. And City Clerk, if you can please check for us.
Yes, we have a few hands up right now. I'm going to start with Steve Disselhorst. Just one moment.
Hello.
Hi, Steve. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening.
Yes. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I will be brief. I'm here with my colleagues, Chris and Crystal from the San Mateo County LGBTQ Commission, as well as Supervisor Pine. And I just wanted to, first of all, thank Rico Medina, Michael Salazar, Linda Mason, and Marty Medina for getting back to me very quickly as I last week and jumped into the discussion with you all. And I just, as a resident and a taxpayer in the county and in the city, the swift and prompt response, I just am really, really appreciative. I know you guys are swamped with the world upside down. So I just really want to acknowledge that to start off with. My goal and my objective to be here today is as a member of the San Mateo County LGBTQ Commission is to advocate for a proclamation by the city of San Bruno, as well as a flag raising in order to create visibility across the city of San Bruno for the LGBTQ community. I also wanted to call out that the struggle for LGBTQ liberation is entwined with the struggle for Black liberation. It's very important that we stand with our Black African-American brothers and sisters as they are struggling for an end to racism, hate, and violence in communities all over this country. And our struggles are intertwined, and I'm very grateful to be here today, and I'm hoping that you'll move forward with the proclamation as well as the flag raising. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Okay, one moment. The next we have is Tim. Just one moment, Tim, while I bring you in. Hi, Tim, can you hear us?
This is Reina.
Hi, Reina.
Hi. Tim will speak too. But thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. For the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm actually also going to address the issue that I addressed last week about recology. I hope the city does not bring the increase to the residents in San Bruno unless recology has met the contract that was signed 24 years ago. So if you can please review that and encourage or enforce the contract before you approve the increase to our residents. Thank you so much. And Tim will talk as well.
Thank you, Reina.
Good evening.
Good evening, Tim.
Mayor, council members. Just want to talk about Florida Park briefly about when is something going to be done regarding the overgrowth of the weeds and the cleanliness of it. If somebody can come by and please straighten it out, clean it up, cut the weeds, because it's getting fire season now, and 4th of July is around the corner. Also, fireworks are going off. Illegal fireworks are going off around our neighborhood, and people are using that area as well for lighting off their fireworks. So I would like if somebody could attend to that as soon as possible. That'd be greatly appreciated by the neighborhood. Also, I would like to commend the essential workers out there, the grocery clerks, our first responders, all the public works that's going on, the department there where they're out and about, and all the restaurant workers, just everybody out there that's doing their part and being safe and helping out the community by staying open, like our convenience stores. They're taking a risk by staying open and helping the community out through this pandemic. So that's all I have. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Tim.
Through the chair,
Yes, Laura.
I'm just going back to my notes from the last council meeting, and in our public comment, the same comment about recology was asked. Is there any way that staff can follow up? Because I think there's some confusion in terms of what's being offered or what services and contract. Is there any way that we can get that to happen?
Yes, staff will follow up.
Thank you.
Okay. Then the next is Paul Wapinski. Just one moment, Paul. Hi, Paul. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, the city is in obviously deep financial difficulties, and its prospects for future makeup revenue is pretty low. Now's the time for the hard decisions you need to make. The city council must determine which services are essential and those we can live without. I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but all non-essential services and costs should not be funded. It appears that you're all hell-bound on preserving all the city's services, and I don't think it's possible to do that at this time. Thousands of businesses around the country are laying off people and cutting costs, and the city needs to do the same. It's better to act now than in the future. It allows for people and businesses that are affected to plan for the future. The Culture and Arts Commission was supposed to vote on spending $43,372 to move a memorial sculpture in the park, and I can't find out what the result was. Why hasn't the comptroller recalled these non-essential funds in these accounts? I got some suggestions that you can think about. Close the library and work with Millbrae and South San Francisco for a combined library. Study the combining of city services in the same manner, such as building permits, maintenance, parks, and recreation should all be considered. This could share direct labor expense while reducing retirement and healthcare costs. Sell the city net services. It's a losing proposition. Future contract services, vices, full-time employees. Review all vehicle usages and numbers. We can reduce costs, registration, insurance, gas, and maintenance. Freeze or reduce hours of the city staff. Next topic, I watched on the June 4th meeting, and I think the best way to prioritize items for the city manager is send each council member to the projects. Each council member ranks from 1 to X for each of the items in their order of priority. Once done, the 5 council members give the city manager their rankings. They are summed together for each project and ranked from low to high number. So the item with the lowest sum becomes a top priority for the city and so on. That's your priority list. Then get together one last chop, maybe adjust it for any other reasons. And this gives your staff priority, it roughs out your budget and saves you time. Since it was already brought up, I think we should only fly the Stars and Stripes and the California State flag at the City Hall. If you allow special interest groups to fly their flag, you have to allow all of them. What if petitions were to fly a MAGA flag, Second Amendment, NAMBLA, the Thin Blue Line, or Right to Life flags? How could you reject those? Remember, you were elected to represent everybody. If the city wants to proclaim a proclamation for LGBT support, that's great. But if people want to fly flags, they should fly them on their own property. And then second is with the situation we're in now, who's going to buy all these flags? We're already $8.5 million in the hole. I don't think you want to open this can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Stephen Seymour. Just one moment, Stephen, while I bring you in.
And again, these are for items not on the agenda, just as a reminder to those speaking. But thank you.
Hi, Stephen. Can you hear us, or Sandra?
It is me, and after me, it'll be Sandra.
Okay.
So I just wanted to acknowledge the great work of Ariana Bullock, as our mayor did. It was amazing to see young leadership put together such an amazing event that drew hundreds of San Bruno residents, young and old, and helped them to understand what the Black Lives Matter program means. The 9 minutes of silence was wonderful because she played the names of so many who have lost their lives at the hands of our police, who were not representing their uniform and their badge well. I completely support our police forces, but in these respects, these people lost their lives because of police officers who were not doing the right thing. That said, I'd also like to ask City Council to consider sidewalk dining on San Mateo Avenue. We really need to think about a way to get our restaurants back to business, and I think that if we did sidewalk dining, maybe even street dining, where we blocked off certain parts of San Mateo Avenue, we could kind of revive our San Mateo Avenue downtown streetscape in a way that would benefit the people that live here, and more importantly, put the people who have not been working back to work. And I've heard some say, they're not reaching out to us. I don't think they need to reach out to us. I think the city needs to reach out to them. I want to also acknowledge the first responders. And on that topic, I have been involved with this group called Marin Ship Emergency Medical Foundation, or Medical Manufacturing Group. Myself and Sandra have been working with them, and we've distributed thousands and thousands of face shields. We still have face shields available. And I think when we put people back to work, they're probably going to want to be as safe as they can. We've been offering them. They're free. If you want face shields so that you can get back to work, or you can start planning your path of getting back to work safely, you can go to San Bruno Now discussion group or San Bruno Now Facebook, and the order forms are on both of those pages. The face shields are free. We're just concerned about your safety and the safety of our community, and we've given out thousands and thousands of these face shields. So again, San Bruno Now Facebook or San Bruno Now discussion group. Both groups have been growing considerably over the last several weeks, and we'd like to get rid of 3,000 more face shields. So that's those are the words I have to share, and now Sandra is available.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hi, good evening. This is Sandra Perez Vargas. It's been a wild 2 crazy weeks for this nation and for our city. I have to say that in the past, we have always known if there's going to be a demonstration, it would be in San Francisco, Oakland, the larger cities. To see it coming up and down the peninsula and see these amazing people coming out with their children and celebrating other people's lives and trying to come together to understand each other is just incredibly important, because if you're huddled up in your house just watching news and just being fed all the negativity of certain areas of certain communities, you buy into that fear and that fear mongering. And then you get to the point where you think it's okay that an officer can hold somebody down and even murder them. I'm so glad that we have a police department right now that has been very respectful when it comes to the demonstrations. This last Friday, we had a small demonstration put on by a young gal, Jennifer Gonzalez, across from Tanforan. And what a difference an approach makes. In San Mateo, during the protest, they came out in riot gear because people were chanting, "Take a knee." And it really could have flared up. It could have gone really bad. But here, the police officers came to us and said, "Hey, you guys, we're just checking in on you. We want to make sure everything is okay. We are here, mostly to protect you. So we're going to be on the sidelines." They approached us with wonderful smiles, and it's so welcome, with not being antagonized. I've been to protests as I was a child, and the approach of the officers changes everything. With that, I would like to once again make a recommendation that I've asked for many, many years to be considered. Years back, my mother and I took a Citizens Police Academy class in South San Francisco. It was given in English and in Spanish, and I believe it was 8 weeks, once a week for 3 hours. They covered identity theft. We went to the city jails. They allowed whoever wanted to shoot off guns. It started a great conversation between the police officers and the residents. There was a section on how to identify if my child is in a gang. And it was really wonderful. And I know many of the police officers on the street, as does my mother. Anytime they see her out, it's getting dark, they still, after all these years, stop and give her a ride home. And we need to know each other, not just see somebody driving by. And I think that'll go a long way, in my opinion, towards a lot of peace and harmony in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
One moment. The next is David Orchata. Mr. Orchata, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I don't really have much to say, but I would just like to request that police officers from here on out be thoroughly educated, I guess you could say, in how to handle certain situations that they are not really competent on nowadays. I think one of the things, because everybody's pushing to defund the police force, which I don't really think is a good solution at the moment. I think that the police force is very necessary in some sort of ways, but just how we are structuring our police force and what we're requiring them to be knowledgeable on, because there's many situations and instances where police show up and they're dealing with people with mental health, they're dealing with people on drugs, and while they can determine this person is on drugs or
is on, a mentally disordered, they don't understand fully how to keep a situation calm. Furthermore, I think their combat training is very inadequate. I would like to request that all police officers learn some sort of hand-to-hand combat, such as wrestling or jiu-jitsu. It's been proven that learning and understanding how to use someone else's weight against them without hurting them is the best way to not hurt them, because obviously in jiu-jitsu or wrestling you could potentially hurt them, but it would just make them more aware of what they're doing and how they're using their force, So I just think that those things need to be enforced if we're going to keep the police force. Because like I said, I don't think having the police is necessarily a bad thing. I just think that, we need to start integrating these more things, like these deeper level. It shouldn't just be an 8-week thing that you go to a police academy and then, boom, you're a police officer with a gun. If hairdressers have to go to school for 1,600 hours, police officers definitely need to be more well-trained, more well-rounded, and learn how to diffuse instead of getting nervous and accidents. That's all this is. It's just accidents in most situations. So that's just all I request, and I'm done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Alexander Melendrez.
Hello,
Hi, Alex, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, Alex Melendrez. I just want to say real quick that if anybody was participating in a protest recently, I'd recommend going to get a COVID test. Some of these larger demonstrations were hard to socially distance at. I myself need to still schedule one. I recently found out from the San Mateo County Health that nearly half of our current confirmed COVID cases in San Mateo County are from people of Hispanic and Latinx descent. So I encourage everybody who may have had trouble doing that, including myself, to schedule an appointment. I also wanted to speak to the Black Lives Matter movement. We know that Black individuals in our country face a variety of intersectional issues due to centuries of anti-Blackness and oppression, and we still live with those today. And those issues range from voting rights, the LGBTQ community, affordable housing, economic insecurity, harassment. All of those are amplified by the color of your skin, essentially. I was also disappointed to see the city of San Mateo's response, and I'm glad to see how our city's police force responded to yesterday's demonstration in City Park. I want to quote. Who was it? Reverend Lori Carter Owens of the San Mateo NAACP, in just saying that the system of our country that has allowed this to happen over again is institutional racism. And that can be found, her article can be found at the Daily Journal. Solutions need to be localized as well. George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, they all deserve to live. But we can't pretend like this doesn't happen here or in our area. Chinadu Akobe in Millbrae, he deserved to live as well. I thank you for your time. I'm probably going to speak on the LGBTQ proclamation later, so I'll save my comments for that. And I also want to say I was really impressed with the young people, and I hope I say her name right, Ariana Bullock, who also led the demonstration yesterday, and everybody else who has been on El Camino holding signs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Any other speakers, City Clerk?
No, I believe that is the last hand.
Okay, thank you. Council, if you make sure your mics are off, please. Council, could you make sure your mics are off, please? We're going to move on to announcements, presentations. And if you could have your statement we received. Linda, your mic, please. Okay, first item. Item A, City Council statement on the death of George Floyd and our commitment to justice and racial equality on behalf of the city of San Bruno. And we have, some of your mics are still off.
Oh, thanks. I thought you were saying they were on. Thank you.
No. And Marty, could you turn yours on?
Yes.
Marty? Okay, so if we have our statement. So in a lot of cases, the mayor brings something together, communicates to the community as the mayor or on behalf of the city council. However, this was something that was brought forward by the council and felt it was extremely important in these difficult, challenging times that this be a collective, worked on statement from the entire city council. This is something we're in concurrence to. What I've also asked of my colleagues is that they all read a portion of it so that as it started united, we send our message united. So I will begin, and then I would ask if each person, Linda, Laura, Marty, Michael, then just follow with the person once they conclude. I will begin. The city of San Bruno stands with its police chief in condemning the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. Racism and injustice have no place in the city with a heart.
San Bruno is not perfect. We recognize this and invite all of our constituents to take the time to self-reflect on racism and inequality throughout your lifetime and how the systems that have been put in place have impacted our communities of color here in San Bruno. We have members in our community who lived through segregationist America. They recall when Black and brown individuals were required to sit in the back of the bus. We have members in our community who remember when Black and brown individuals could not swim in the same swimming pool. We have members in our community who remember when Black and brown individuals were not allowed to live in parts of our community because of the color of their skin. We also have members in our community, a new generation of leaders, who are calling on all of us to stop the ongoing racism that still exists 56 years after the Civil Rights Act was signed into law. This call to action by our youth in 2020 America is a reminder to all of us that mindsets and mind shifts are a significantly greater obstacle than enacting legislation.
We call on our senior community to tell your stories, and we call on our youth to advise us on how we can be more inclusive. We call on our Black and brown men and women to tell us your stories of a daily life in 2020 America, and possibly more uncomfortable for all of us in 2020, San Bruno. We've been listening. We hear your list of endless fears, being pulled over by the police, walking in your neighborhood at night, wearing clothes without too many pockets. We hear you. San Bruno is listening. We encourage our community to self-reflect and to engage in the dialogue amongst different races and ages, because our history with Black and brown America is complex and uncomfortable. But it impacts lives today and the daily lives of our Black and brown community. Mr. Floyd's death reminds us that there is a significant work left to be done to achieve true equality and justice for all.
On November 19th, 2019, the San Bruno City Council signed a resolution committing to raise awareness, spark action, and conversations to stop hate and to build inclusion by participating in the United Against Hate campaign. San Bruno, United Against Hate, empowers all of our residents to take action in San Bruno to alter the course of growing intolerance while rejecting negative messages. We call on our San Bruno family to actively participate in this campaign by turning words into action 365 days a year. In recent weeks, residents of San Bruno have gathered for nonviolent, peaceful demonstrations in the name of equality. Our city departments, including the San Bruno Police Department, welcomed the demonstrations. we encourage all of our residents to join us in engaging and educating ourselves on the national conversation about race and equality happening now. The City of San Bruno stands in solidarity with you.
As elected leaders and policymakers, we acknowledge that at the core of America's values is the promise that all men are created equal and entitled to justice. These promises are included in the Declaration of Independence and in the Pledge of Allegiance that we recite and recommit to before every City Council meeting. Within the complexity of these promises are realities that are embedded in America's history of racism and injustice that are amplified because the promises for all have only been delivered to some. The hope we are given today is that the story of America is still being written, and we are the authors of tomorrow.
Here in San Bruno, we are proud of our diversity. As a city with the heart, we ask our entire city family to follow our hearts, to unite us, and our conscience to guide us. This is a statement from your San Bruno City Council, and I want to appreciate and thank you, my colleagues, for putting this document together as well as reading it tonight. Now I'm going to continue on the announcements and presentations. Item B, announcement of the annual business license renewal process. And I did ask if we could have our finance director, Mr. DiMartini, just to expound upon that a little bit.
Yes, for the chair, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members of the City Council. I'm Keith DiMartini, your finance director. Just a brief announcement to let local businesses in San Bruno know that the annual recertification process for your annual business license is coming up. Certification letters have been sent out to all registered businesses with the City of San Bruno, requiring you to provide additional documentation and make your annual tax payment to the city by the end of June. If you have any questions, please go to our website at sanbruno.ca.gov or call our office. We'd be happy to assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on to item C. Receive, report, and review status of local emergency related to repairs to Crestmore Canyon and continuing declaration of local emergency. Director Tan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jimmy Tan, Public Works Director. In regards to the Crestmore Canyon project, I have a brief update for you to share. Since the last report that I made to Council on the 26th of May, the agreement to repave the westbound lane of San Bruno Avenue was executed after our last update, and the work to repave the westbound lane commenced today and will be completed tomorrow. And once all the invoices are paid, staff will come back to Council to accept and close out the project. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, colleagues? Not seen it. Oh, sorry. Michael.
Just one question. So in terms of the and I'm sorry I don't remember this, but the process for us to end the state of emergency, would that require a follow-up proclamation, some kind of acknowledgement, or does it just end when the project concludes?
I'll have to defer that to the city attorney who may answer the question.
City attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, that does require a formal action from the City Council.
Okay. So we could expect that at the next meeting, we would probably be ready to take that action?
Well, that action would need to be taken after the project is closed out, just to make sure there aren't any issues. Or it certainly could be done at the same time, but whatever the timing works best, we can accomplish.
Okay. And Director Tan, I think the next question would be, is there an idea of when that might be completed in that project?
Yeah, currently I'm anticipating coming back to Council at the first meeting in July to close out the project once all the invoices are paid. We paid all the invoices related to the wall construction work, but the only invoice that we need to pay is the paving work that's remaining currently.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Director. We'll move on to item D, receive update on COVID-19 response efforts. City Manager.
All right, we will share the screen. IT, if you'll take care of that, share the screen with the PowerPoint. Let's begin the slideshow.
Sure.
Daniel, I'll do it. I got it. Let me do it. So as we finalize that display, why don't I begin? So our objective is to give you a really brief update on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We'll begin with county stats. We'll talk about changes to the shelter-in-place order. We will talk about testing, programming, and then what's next. So again, every council meeting we show this graphic. It comes from the county health department, and total in San Mateo County there is 2,437 cases. There has been an increase in the number of deaths that currently stands at 93. The other statistics are tracking the same pattern as we have been seeing, with all of the deaths outside of one being of individuals 50 or over. The gender being roughly split between male and female. However, when we look at our positive cases by race in the county, what we really see is that our Latino and Hispanic community is being more heavily impacted, with 1,074 of the 2,400 cases being limited to our Hispanic and Latino community. And there is a wide range of ages for the confirmed cases, so it is affecting every age range in our community. This slide provides the number of positive cases in the city of San Bruno. It also focuses in on the northern San Mateo County region. So within our city, the last time the stats were updated, and you see the number of 2299 is different than the number of just over 1,400, because the county releases city-by-city data at a different pace than the county-wide data. But the last city-by-city information we know that there are 110 positive cases in the city of San Bruno. And in our northern county area, there are two cities, South San Francisco and Millbrae, with a higher prevalence of cases than us. However, Pacifica has a lower per capita total than the city of San Bruno. A few modifications to the order that we would like to highlight. So as council and the community knows, a modified order went into effect a few days ago. On June 6th, it now allows outdoor, also called alfresco dining, and we'll talk a little bit about that because the city of San Bruno did take a step to allow outdoor dining to occur. It allows charter boats to operate and also relax some of the restrictions on funerals. There is now a criteria for both indoor and outdoor funerals, with outdoor funerals limited to 25 people. And all of the other social distancing and face covering requirements remain in effect. In addition, there are a number of other allowable activities. The community has seen indoor and outdoor pools throughout the county opening, as well as more outdoor recreations, primarily county parks, and more outdoor shared recreation facilities. The caveat is that they have to be actively managed and monitored, which is why locally in cities throughout the county and our city, not all of the recreation facilities are open because it requires a fairly significant staffing component to actively manage and monitor the recreation facilities and limit them to only individuals in the same household participating. There are new guidelines for car parades, and those are listed. I will not go through all of them. It is important to note that these are different than the graduation parade regulations that were promulgated. These are really for all of the sort of the new COVID-19 way to have a birthday party and drive by the person who's having the birthday house, as we've seen these. And so these are just some regulations to guide that activity, as well as protest gatherings was a specific call out in the latest order, sort of hard, as we know, to regulate, but they are there. They must be actively managed and monitored and cannot exceed over 100 people, or 25% of the occupancy of the space. And that is, again, to allow for that social distancing. Outdoor dining. So where are we at here in the city of San Bruno? So on Friday, the city announced and released outdoor dining regulations that allow the temporary use during COVID-19 only for the use of additional private property or city-owned property for restaurants to increase their seating capacity by having additional seating outside. And the regulations that were promulgated really take a unique approach in allowing businesses almost maximum flexibility that we could allow to have outdoor dining on private property. The regulations outline some basic steps that businesses need to follow, and then provide for a noticing period to notice the city after that occurs for a complimentary inspection. However, to use public property, we are waiving all encroachment fee permits, but the business does need to submit an encroachment permit, and that is to use city property, whether that be the sidewalk, on street, or any other city outdoor facility. And so essentially what we're saying is we're open for restaurants to come and give us a proposal, and we will certainly entertain that, because we recognize the financial stress that COVID-19 is putting on our restaurants. In addition, we did have a public comment that the city should actively contact businesses, and we are doing that in a couple different ways, not only walking downtown, passing out the order, but also partnering with the Chamber of Commerce and having them do a survey and push out direct communications to our restaurants. There are a number of conditions for outdoor businesses to take advantage of, or restaurants to take advantage of the outdoor dining. One of the pictures is the first restaurant in our city to take advantage of the new regulations. It is Camino Corner. They utilized 2 parking spaces on their private property, built planter boxes out of redwood, and are up and running with their outdoor dining. And there, on the next slide, we provide contact information. So businesses wanting to use private property, contact the building department. Again, follow the regulations, and you can implement your outdoor dining without prior approval from the city. But then there's a requirement of within 48 hours to contact the city for a complimentary inspection from the building department. For public property, contact our Public Works Department, submit the encroachment permit application. We will expedite those and work with you to review your proposal and meet all of the conditions thereabout. Reusable bags, I think businesses started doing this before the county officially allowed it, but just so everyone knows that the county did officially suspend their reusable bag policies, and so their grocery stores or other businesses, they are providing reusable bags at no additional charge. This will remain into effect as long as the health officer allows the suspension of those regulations. And so really what this is intended for is for people that go to grocery stores or businesses to not bring your own bags from home, because there may be additional health risks associated with that. And so those regulations have been suspended for the time being. COVID-19 testing, we want to talk again about that. There is COVID-19 testing at various locations throughout the county: San Mateo, Daly City, East Palo Alto. We are actively working with the county on a testing site for the city of San Bruno. In addition, there were 2 new no-cost testing sites announced in Half Moon Bay and Redwood City. Again, as we've been talking about, the regulations on testing, or the protocols, have been relaxed, and so you do not need symptoms. Anyone can go to the website baseline.com/COVID to register and receive free COVID-19 testing. And then what we all know from the various county calls that the cities and not just staff, but city council members have been sitting on, is our county is doing an excellent job in testing. What we need to do now is expand that to every city in the county, and we are working again on that for the city of San Bruno. So we're hearing a lot of questions, and so we want to provide some answers, because not every county in the state is the same. So a couple things we're hearing. When will hair salons and barbershops be open? I would love that question. And similar, when will nail shops, salons be open? We do not know. The health officer is modifying the regulations at a cadence of every week or 2. But that is not currently allowed in San Mateo County. There are some counties that are allowing the personal grooming services, but that is not currently allowed in San Mateo County and here in the city of San Bruno. We do not have a timing on that, nor do we have a timing on when restaurants will be allowed to have indoor dining. And all of these regulations are being promulgated by the San Mateo County Health Department based on data and the health department's assessment on what is appropriate given not only positive cases, but the number of people that are currently hospitalized and our bed capacity. Because as a reminder, all of these preventative steps we're taking are to prevent the spread of COVID-19. They are not to eliminate it. We know that social distancing will help to lower the curve, but we are all desperately waiting on a vaccine and or treatment regimen. The shops at Tan Fran, when will those reopen? Well, the good news is shop Tan Fran will reopen at 11 a.m. tomorrow with a very thick set of regulations that they are following for every business in the mall. They will have 2 entrances, one on the BART side, one on the El Camino side. They will facilitate that, but Tan Fran is allowed to reopen under new guidance from the state of California that our health officer is also following. Curbside pickup, this is just a reminder that the library is now offering curbside service here in the city of San Bruno. There are times between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. for prearranged appointments. We know that a lot of people depend on our library even more now because everyone is at home looking for things to do, and we've had a number of requests, and so just wanted to remind people that program started on June 1st and is continuing. Feel free to call the library 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Again, stay connected on social media. We are continuing to push out information via all of our social media platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and go to the city's website, sanbruno.ca.gov/coronavirus for this PowerPoint, as well as all of the other PowerPoints and a wealth of information about coronavirus, and to forward you to other links, including business assistance. So that's the presentation. I know we give these every 2 weeks for the council, and we will continue to do so as long as it continues to be necessary and is beneficial to the community. That's all I have.
Thank you, City Manager. Are there any questions or comments from council?
Through the chair.
And Michael and Javon, can you take the shared screen down?
Yes.
When you have a minute. Thank you. Yes, please, Michael.
Okay. So a couple of things. First of all, City Manager, I wanted to thank you for these updates. We, as electeds, along with staff and I know school board members and select other people around the county, we get these briefings twice a week, and they're always very informative. So I definitely appreciate you distilling that information because it is a large amount of information. We meet for at least an hour twice a week to get this information. So distilling that, presenting it in this format, I think is really very useful to the public. And so thank you for that. I won't ask about when the declaration of emergency will end on this one because clearly the end is nowhere in sight. But just for the sake of transparency, I did want to ask. So I know that the emergency declaration allows us to fast track certain things and avoid or go around certain protocols that are required to respond to the emergency. And so for the sake of transparency, I wanted to ask, what have we, what processes or what steps have we taken that only would have been possible because of the emergency declaration, and what additional changes do we foresee happening in the next few weeks, couple of months, that require that? And again, it's so that people understand that if they don't see a competitive bid going out for something, that it's because there is an urgent need to do it. But I did want to get sort of a quick list of what those items might have been so far related to COVID-19.
Sure. The biggest item is procurement, as you alluded to, and so immediately we needed to have PPE, not just gloves, but face shields. There was a challenge obtaining N95 masks, and so we needed to go to whatever vendor had them. For example, during, I believe, the first weeks of COVID-19, we found a vendor in LA that had N95 masks coming in on a prearranged shipment, and we had someone drive down to LA and meet him at the airport because they accepted our order, and we needed to get them for this community before they were obtained by a higher bidder. And so we were able to take advantage of that due to relationships, but also the ability to immediately procure. And so there was a number of PPE, personal protective equipment items that we utilized the powers in the emergency declaration. In addition, another recent example is the executive order for outdoor dining. The health officer announced that on Friday. And that same day, we were able to generate an executive order and regulations for restaurants to take advantage of that. And so that saved several weeks in having to schedule a council meeting to come forward and develop the staff report to present those to the city council. And so there's a number of items, but the main ones are procurement, expenditure of staff time is one of them, overtime. Expenditures were significant early on. We're in a bit of a new normal now where we have employees that can do their job at home, still at home, but we have people that are essential workers and providing on-the-job service such as landscaping and maintaining our utility services that are at work. There was a little overtime that was needed early on, but now we're sort of in a new normal.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And just one final thing. Statistics can be very informative, and they can also be sometimes misleading. And there was one statistic in particular that you quoted, and on one of the calls, the county health official provided some additional information that I think is important to share, and that is regarding our Hispanic population seeing the highest number of cases in the county. And the health official went on to say that it's not necessarily being Hispanic that makes you more likely to get sick, and there are socioeconomic factors, and the fact that we Latinos we love family and we live in larger clusters, so if one of us gets sick, then more of us get sick than possibly other population groups. And why I say it's really important that that message get out is because We saw initially in the very beginnings of this pandemic, there was a lot of backlash against the Asian community because they were perceived to be either more likely to be infected or somehow responsible for this. And the last thing we want to do is to create this perception now that Hispanics are somehow carriers or more dangerous than other population groups, which is absolutely not the case. So just wanted to make that clarification.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Through the chair.
Laura.
So thank you for that presentation, Javon. There were a couple comments that were made, or at least one of them, and then there's another one that I'm going to, actually two comments. One was the outdoor dining. So I just want to thank you for that information. I want to make sure that information is clearly on our website on the COVID page. And maybe all these presentations that you provided can also be on our COVID page. I know that the COVID page typically has a lot of links to other websites, but I think these presentations are important and they're informative, and it will actually get someone to sort of dig down in a deeper thought. But is the city working with the chamber to make sure that they're reaching out to businesses in terms of what the pulse is for wanting outdoor dining? I mean, Saturday night I was talking with friends. I was like, I want to go eat in a restaurant, but San Bruno doesn't always have the best weather, and so it was a windstorm Saturday night. So outdoor dining Saturday night would not have been a good deal unless I wanted dirt with my food. So that's a question I have, and I don't want to provide a service that we can't utilize because the weather's not that great. So that's one question. And then the second one is, I heard Stephen Seymour indicate that he's got face shields. So if anybody's reaching out to him, or if maybe he can reach out to staff to get face shields for whoever it might be, especially as employees start coming into the office to work. So.
Sure. Let's take those outdoor dining. A lot of analysis went into the ability to do what some other cities have announced, which is to close down an entire street to allow for outdoor dining. And there's some certain challenges with San Mateo Avenue that make that difficult. Just how some of the restaurants are spread out to close the entire street. Traffic impacts because it's a diagonal street and there's no immediately parallel street for traffic to easily divert. And so what we did is we worked with the chamber to survey businesses, and we didn't initially have a lot of takers that wanted to go through the effort to establish outdoor dining. Now, that's not to say as things change that desire won't change, but I'm sort of skipping over it pretty fast. But after a bit of work with the chamber, and some analysis by our transportation folks, we concluded that the best approach would be really to be open to any option that a business thinks would be viable. And so we are open to any use of city property that is adjacent to the business, and we made the regulations very easy for a business to utilize private property, either something that's owned by them or their neighbor. And we're doing dedicated outreach, and we will continue to support our businesses, as well as we talk a lot about downtown, but there's also other locations like Bay Hill, and then the area where Jack's is, where there's private property that can be taken advantage of. And some businesses, frankly, replied that just the staffing and the potential use and the number of customers that may come to outside dining, they didn't see it as a worthwhile endeavor because it would result in additional expenditures, and they thought having sort of limited expenditures and just maintaining takeout only would be in the best interest of their business. But again, we're happy to support any request and look at it thoroughly. And in regard to face shields, I think we have enough PPE for our staff, but we're happy to put that out, and we will let the county know that there are available face shields from a group in our community. The county did do a sort of all-out effort initially, and most, if not all, of the libraries have laser printers, and they really pressed the libraries into service to develop face shields early on for the hospitals. And a number of face shields were generated that we used internally, but also went to the county for use at the hospitals. And so it's glad to know that there are additional face shields available in the community, and we will let the county know about that and put it out any way we can. Thank you.
Linda.
Thank you for the report. I just had some follow-up questions. So I've been getting a lot of requests for the opening of the hair salons, and I was just wondering, is there any way we can split off from the county? I know the Central Valley, actually most of California has now allowed for the opening of hair salons. And I think our public health officer has been excellent. I'm just trying to figure out if there's something we can do, because a lot of these businesses are cash businesses and they're not going to have the money for rent the longer that this goes on.
So unfortunately, with the ability to override the county health officer, we don't have that ability. That ability is conveyed to the county health departments through state law, and so they have the ability to order a shelter in place. The law also provides them the ability to have restrictions that are more restrict than what the state allows, and that is precisely where we find ourselves in San Mateo County. Based on the assessment of our county health department, personal grooming and salons are not allowed to be open right now. That very well may change. We pay close attention, work collaboratively, and are on multiple weekly calls with the county EOC that the health officer attends. But at this moment, there is not a timing for reopening that in our county. And unfortunately, as a local municipal corporation, we do not have that power.
Okay. I know one of our neighboring counties, I believe, has announced that it'll be, I believe it's July 13th or the 16th. So hopefully we can get them open soon. Another two questions I've been getting a lot also is park and rec programs and playgrounds.
Yes. Playgrounds are not open here or in, I believe, any city in San Mateo County. But we, with regard to park and rec programs, we do have virtual rec programs that are open. We will not be having a summer camp in person. We are planning to have a virtual summer camp, and we are also looking into partnerships. For example, we do know that the YMCA will be offering some version of a summer camp that is eligible for San Bruno families, and so we are currently working with them. But those plans are really being formulated now, and there are a number of regulations about how the camp needs to be run, and stable groups of under 15. I can't remember the precise number. But with our recreation department, we are not looking to have summer camps this year.
Okay, so then it's safe to tell the public, because it's an email and social media messages I've been getting, that San Bruno will not have any park and rec programs this summer in person. I think the request is coming in more this week because South City opens their registration on Monday.
Right.
And so parents want to know whether, if they're going to drop their kids off because they're going back to work, they can go ahead and register in South City or wherever, or Millbrae, or I don't know, wherever they're going to go.
We will be sure to push that out if that is becoming increasingly a question. I know that several communications have gone out and questions are being responded to. So we will certainly handle that communication.
Okay, great. And then just one last, just a request, if we can look into the possibility of allowing our, I don't know what you call them, but maybe goods stores, such as like Twice as Nice, or the ones that I'm thinking of, or Lovely Bump, or would they be allowed to sell items outside on the sidewalk? I know that, I believe it's San Carlos that has recently allowed their businesses to sell items outside, similar to the restaurants, just to, I guess, really try to attract people who are driving by.
We can certainly look at that. I do not want to give any definitive answers on that right now. Unfortunately, some of the challenges we have is our narrow sidewalks, but we can look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, let's, I did see a hand from a member of the community.
One moment. Hi, Stephen, can you hear us?
Yeah, my comments really quick. I just wanted to thank Laura for bringing up the face shield issue. Yes, I have lots of face shields, and Daly City has taken more than 4,000 of them. I have been walking up and down San Mateo Avenue, and I've given them to some of our businesses. But I did try to gift a couple hundred to the Chamber of Commerce, and they didn't take them. And I've offered them to the city as well, and there's been nobody asking for them. I did deliver a couple of dozen to the fire department on my own, but I mean, these are life-saving instruments. I mean, and they're free. So if you guys need them, you may be purchasing them somewhere. We're in the midst of a problem being able to fund. We have what may be more than an $8 million deficit. I realize that this is just a small drop in the bucket, but I am willing to give them for free. All you have to do is ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else from the public. Are there any other questions? I thought I saw a hand. Okay. All right. Thank you for your report, Javon. We'll move on to consent calendar. All items are considered routine to implement an earlier council action and or may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. So I can say on item G, I just have a question and a comment, but it doesn't need to be pulled. It can be taken as one motion. Are there any items that council wants to have pulled for a specific separate vote?
To the chair?
Yes.
I would like to ask a question on 5C.
T, got it. Anything else from council on questions? And then or anything to be removed for a separate vote?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to acknowledge the work that was done on item E.
E, got it. All right.
And I think it would be good to let the audience know about I, in case they're not following the agenda. I think it's there's enough interest to kind of explain how we move forward with that.
Okay. I've got C, E, G, I for questions or comments, but not separate action item. Okay, let's go down the list. Let's go first to item C. Accept reconciliation of general ledger to bank reports and investment reports dated April 20th, 2020. Michael.
So the question here is, it's related to the investment report, and a question went out just asking about the balances in those investment accounts and whether or not those funds are already allocated, if the funds are basically, do we have a lot of cash sitting in the bank somewhere that could be used for other purposes? I think I know the answer on this, but we didn't get a definitive answer from staff. So if and I don't want a detailed analysis really about which funds are in which of these accounts, but just a very high level answer about whether we could expect that the balances that we see in these investment accounts are reflected elsewhere in our budget and committed to in very specific ways. That very simple, are those funds committed?
Director DiMartini.
Through the chair, thank you. Honorable members of the City Council, Keith DiMartini, your Finance Director. Staff has provided a detailed response to that question on the attachment to the budget staff report. It's question number 12, but I'd be happy to provide a verbal answer as well. And so the summary of that is the city's investment program, the investment portfolio is made up of the cash balances of about 40 individual funds on the city's financial statements. That includes cash in the city's general fund, our enterprise funds such as water and wastewater. The cash in there comes from utility bill payers. It also includes cash in various grants that the city receives or other restricted revenue sources. So to put it simply, that cash is to be invested per the city's investment policy, but the money cannot be spent unless it is an authorized legal use of that funding. So for example, the money that the water and wastewater utility bill payers pay is to be spent on the ongoing operations of the water and wastewater enterprises, as well as the capital improvements. The money in those funds cannot be spent, for example, to pay for police and fire department staff. There are specific purposes and uses for many of those funds. The only way that some cities do that is through an interfund transfer or interfund loan policy, but the implementation of that is not a municipal best practice, and it causes some other challenges. And so it's not staff's recommendation to do anything like that anytime soon. And staff really needs to be careful about how those funds are to be spent.
Okay, and thank you, and I apologize that I missed that in the report, so I didn't mean to be redundant.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move, unless there's anything on that item.
Well, yeah, to the chair, thank you for asking that question too, and Keith's detailed response a little bit better than trying to look at that report, so thank you.
Marty, did you, no? Marty, did you have your hand up on this topic?
Not any longer. That was it.
Thank you. Let's move on to consent item E, adopt resolution accepting the transit corridor pedestrian connection improvement phase 2 project as complete, authorizing the filing of notice of completion with San Mateo County Recorder's Office and authorizing release of the construction contract retention in the amount of $34,474. Marty.
Right. That's I pulled that again to acknowledge that things are getting done. Things are expensive, and the great news for this project is it was done under budget, and the money was returned back to the grant funding source of I think it was Measure A. And just if we could have something really short from staff, just highlights. That's all.
Director Tan.
Good job.
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Just a brief information on this project. This project is, it was performed or completed to increase the pedestrian safety by enhancing crossing intersections along San Bruno Avenue. There are several things that were done as part of this project. We installed 10 curb extension, which is like bulb outs at the 3 intersections. We also installed accessible curb ramps, and as well as the rectangular flashing beacon system at the intersections of San Bruno Avenue and Easton. There was some storm drain catch basins that had to be relocated as well as part of this because of the installation of these curb ramps, but those were completed. The total cost for this project came out to be about $689,000. The city received grants, 2 grants. One was from Safe Routes Transit in the amount of $500,000, and the other is the San Mateo County Transportation Authority in the amount of $350,000. So a total of $850,000 in grant funding for this project. And we had spent, again, only $689,000 for the construction contract. So there's about $23,000 grant fund remaining that will be returned, and then the $75,000 that we requested initially as part of the construction phase from Measure A will not be used and will be returned back to the Measure A fund. So all in all, it was a great project, and a lot of good improvements that were done for our residents, and we ended up coming in under budget as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments from council? If not, I'm going to move on to item G. Approve a 1-year extension to the agreement with the County of San Mateo for animal control services ending on June 30th, 2021, and authorize the city manager to execute the amendment. This is to the city manager, and it was just very quick. I do understand it's a 1-year extension, but a lot of times, from my time here, it's always about what we pay as a community and the service we receive. And I know it's not like there's a lot of folks in town and the contract's coming up, but if you can just hit on that, please, a little bit.
Yes. So San Mateo contracts with Peninsula Humane Society for animal control services in a collaborative countywide contract with all of the 20 cities and the county participating in that contract. PHS has had that contract for quite a while, since 1952. There has been an effort to put that contract out to bid and to look at the specific terms in that contract. There is a team assembled of a number of city managers that are working with the county. I serve on that team that has 5 city managers and representatives from the county looking into the contract. We were actively working on this, as well as the RFP, and then COVID-19 hit. And so the decision was to do a 1-year extension of the animal services contract to release the RFP in the following fiscal year. And so this is the amendment that is before the city for a 1-year extension. Our share of the county-wide contract, that is just over $6.6 million, is 5.41%. And our estimated payment for next fiscal year is $371,000 for animal care services. And that is before the City Council for action tonight, and will be submitted to San Mateo County and be approved by San Mateo County. That is the contracting entity for the contract.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from colleagues? If not, I'm going to move on to Linda.
Yeah, just so in reading it, I actually thought that it was more of a single source contract, so I didn't question the time. Can you just, are there a lot of companies out there that do this? Just curious.
So there are not a lot of vendors out there that provide animal services. There may be others that bid on the contract. There may be groups that come together to form an entity that will bid, and they will have to, if they're successful, take over the contract. But no, the Humane Society is one of the largest operators of animal shelters. But other agencies run their own animal shelters. You have individual cities that run animal shelters, or cities that come together and run a joint facility. In this county, since 1952, it has been a collaborative effort countywide, but there has been one sole provider, and that is PHS. But because of the length of that contract, it is a best practice to put contracts out for bid, even if there may be a one bidder. And so the county and various cities have been undergoing that process. But we're delayed because of COVID-19, and this is a 1-year extension with a commitment that the county will put out a contract. There was also a outside study done by a consulting firm last year looking into animal services citywide that had a number of recommendations for improvement. Some of those recommendations were actually a part of the agreement, this 1-year extension. Others will need to wait for a successor contract.
Okay, and then just I guess a follow-up to Mayor Medina's question. How often are we using the service? And I guess my last question would be, with COVID-19, are the animal care workers coming out? Because if not, will we make sure we get a discount on the 1-year extension for the months that we're in the shelter in place?
So there are annual reports that come out, and I can forward those to council. I do not have them available right now. There are per animal charges, as well as requirements that if we call for service, there are required response times. And so there are also credit backs to the cities if PHS serves non-county animals, which sometimes they do take in rescues. And so that cost is apportioned to their philanthropic efforts, and there is a credit back to the cities for those activities. But I think the best way to answer your question, because there's a whole host of data and metrics, is to provide council with that annual report, and we will locate the latest annual report and send it back out.
Okay.
And the second part of the question around COVID-19?
I do not have information on their activities or enhanced activities around COVID-19, but we can follow up and ask that question.
Okay. Any other? I'm going to move on to I. Authorize fireworks stand permits for 2020 upon finding that the nonprofit organizations meet requirements of Resolution 2008-67, 2009-46, and ordinance numbers 1700 and 1840. And then I would say, Marty, if you can kind of quantify what information, then we'll figure out if it goes to police, fire, city clerk, or whoever.
Sure, no problem. Basically, just making sure the public is aware that safe and sane fireworks will be sold in San Bruno this year.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
And then we will get a report. I'm like we normally do, leading up to before the 4th of July, and that we'll hear about that more later. Just that I wanted to just make sure that everybody was aware of it, because the various service clubs are anxious, but it's going to be we have to do things differently with COVID-19.
Yeah, social distance, you're correct. City of Pacifica is also doing their fireworks, as well as the City of San Bruno. The applications were submitted. There was a deadline. I believe it's 14 and been reviewed. So, okay, with that said, is there any action on the consent?
Through the chair,
yes.
I move that we approve the entirety of the consent calendar items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Mason?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Salazar?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Now we'll move on.
Carries.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to conduct of business. We'll take the first part, and then the city clerk can help to take over on the resolution portions of 1 and 2. We're going to be issuing a proclamation recognizing June 2020 as Pride Month in San Bruno. I can also tell you we are joined by our supervisor, Dave Pine from the 1st District, and he wanted to say a couple words, and so I'll go ahead and do the proclamation first. So folks know that June is symbolic because it's the Stonewall riots that occurred in New York City on June 28th of 1969 at the time, and there's a lot of whereases, but I do want to read some of them and not just go over them quickly, but I think some are poignant. And then we're going to start here. Whereas the city of San Bruno is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBT people in our diverse community, and whereas while society increasingly supports LGBT equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City Council calls upon the people of this municipality to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for San Mateo County's LGBT community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council hereby proclaims the month of June 2020 as Pride Month in support of the LGBT community, and that will be signed. I'll be signing that and sending that to our folks that requested. And so I know that's normally in presentation, but we were going to put it all together. but I do, with council's permission, would like to open it up to our supervisor, David Pine.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. It's a pleasure to join the council and staff and public tonight. I'm the liaison to the San Mateo County LGBTQ Commission, and over the last 4 or 5 years have been active on the county level in promoting equality and reforms for the LGBTQ Commission. So I thought I'd join you tonight just to say a few words. First, I'm very grateful for you to take up both the proclamation and the flag raising. Our LGBTQ Commission has approached all the cities in the county, and I believe all 20 are adopting proclamations. And then there are something in the order of 6 or 8 who are raising the pride flag. I see in your agenda that you're also considering a policy about flag raising, which I think is very important, because I know of at least one city where questions about, how decisions are made about flag raising came up and kind of caused a bit of a stumble. So I think what you're doing here is hopefully a model for others. So just very briefly on Pride Month itself. This county is incredibly inclusive and welcoming to all, regardless of color or ethnicity or what country you come from or what language you speak. And today we celebrate in particular, of course, our LGBTQ community and the tremendous progress that the community has made. You think back to the days of Stonewall, and I don't think it would have been hard to imagine at that time that you would have marriage equality where anyone can marry today in our country, regardless of sexual identity or orientation. But we also know there's lots of work yet to be done. Our LGBTQ seniors and youth, have unique challenges. And most concerningly, the law of the land, at least at the federal level, is that you can fire people based on their sexual identity. That case is being considered by the Supreme Court. So much work to be done. And then finally, of course, this is a particularly important time in the country. I really commend the council for the statement they made and the way you presented it. And there's a real intersection with LGBTQ Pride Month. Pride Month is all about inclusion, acceptance, tolerance, equality. Those are things we just so in Stonewall was the beginning of a transformation for the LGBTQ community, and much has been accomplished. So it's my hope that the tragedy in Minnesota and the national protests and debate and turmoil that has arisen, will mark the beginning of a similar transformation for our African American brothers and sisters, and for much needed criminal justice reform. So once again, it's great to see San Bruno considering these actions tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your words. I was looking real quick. I didn't want to be disrespectful to Dave, but I do see Mrs. Perez has her hand up. So, Melissa, if you could have her join in, please.
Sure. Hey, Chris, can you hear us?
I can, Melissa. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to thank you for bringing this up. I'm Chris Perez. I live at 2000 Genevan. I really appreciate the council, the city manager, and the city clerk for recognizing Pride Month with the proclamation and also considering the flag raising. I've served on the LGBTQ commission. I no longer am serving, but I hadn't, during our time on the commission, we conducted a survey of LGBTQ folks in San Mateo County, and there was a specific youth survey. And there are many stats that came out of there, but one of the remarkable and very sad result of that was that we found that 77% of the youth surveyed, the LGBTQ youth in our county, considered harming themselves. And so when we fly the flag, when we have pride stickers or anything that connects the LGBTQ community to businesses, to government, to neighbors, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference for the kids. It makes a big difference for families, for me. I'm a mama bear. I have a gay son. And during the times that were the hardest, when he was being harassed in school, something that really gave us a lot of hope and made us feel safe was when we saw those rainbow flags and other things that let us know that we were welcome and included. So anyway, I also wanted to tell you that I fly a pride flag in front of our house, and the only thing I ever get about that is good comments. People will know where we live and mention the flag and say how much it means to them to see it. So I encourage you to pass that, to approve that, and we hope that we'll see the flag up for the rest of the month of June and in the years to come. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And again, this is in regards to the proclamation which has been issued. So in regards to the flag, that will be the next topic that we will be going over the resolution. I knew you were going to maybe accept the proclamation in some respects on behalf of the commission since you served. So wanted you have that opportunity.
You know, Crystal Cancino is also on, and she is a member of the LGBTQ Commission, as well as Steve Disselhorf. And I think they would be the ones. I'm sorry that I spoke out of turn.
Not a problem tonight. It's not a problem. If anybody else wants to speak in regards to the proclamation, you can go ahead and raise your hand. I'm looking through the list. Okay. And again, I want to thank the supervisor for his time this evening as well. So we're going to move on to the next, which was about adopting a resolution. There were two parts to this. Approving a council policy regarding the display of commemorative and ceremonial flags and banners at city facilities, and number two, authorizing the display of the LGBT pride flag at a designated San Bruno city facility to commemorate the LGBT Pride Month. And is Melissa, are you taking this topic or?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. That gave you some.
So I know that we have still a lot of items to go through, so this is a very brief presentation for you. I just wanted to give everyone a little bit of a background to understand where this item is coming from. On April 28th, 2020, my office, the city clerk's office, received an email from a member of the San Mateo County LGBTQ Commission requesting that San Bruno recognize June as Pride Month in San Bruno. And they also, in that request, had asked that excuse me, just one moment. They asked that a proclamation had been made, which, Mayor Medina, you just read. When we received that request, we realized that we did not have a policy centered around commemorative flags or banners, and we felt it wise, as Supervisor Pine said, to move forward with such a policy at the time of this request, because, of course, we didn't want to fall into that trap that I do know that other cities have come into, where they receive requests to raise a flag or a banner and they don't have a policy and they just accept it. Well, then they get requests from other groups wanting their flags raised, and it becomes an issue, as was addressed earlier. So I do want to recognize that that is why we are proposing this policy tonight. The policy is pretty brief. I summarized here on this slide for you some of the main topics of the policy, just to show that the United States flag and the state of California flag, those are governed by federal laws in the United States flag and state laws with the state of California flag. So those have specific guidelines for their raising, which I did want to recognize in that top bullet, that the United States flag and the state of California flag shall be displayed in accordance with federal and state laws and regulations. The city manager is authorized to order that those flags be lowered to half staff by order of the President of the United States or by the governor of the state of California. And in the event of a commemorative or ceremonial flags or banners, this is when the council comes in. We will need the council to designate a city flagpole that is located on a San Bruno city facility for the raising of a commemorative or ceremonial flag or banner. And we should also, whenever we receive these requests, have the city council designate the time that the flag shall be raised. In this particular case, it was requested that the flag be raised for the month of June, as June is recognized as Pride Month. The city will not display commemorative or ceremonial flag or banner based on a request from a third party unless it is approved by city council resolution. So that just says basically what it sounds like. If we receive a request, we're not just going to approve it on staff's time or staff's decision. We will bring it forward to the city council for review and approval. This next slide has the request that was originally sent to the city clerk's office, just so that you see that it was to raise the LGBTQ rainbow flag for the month of June, and also to issue a Pride Month proclamation, which has been done. And this was received by LGBTQ Commissioner Crystal Cancino on, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, Cancino or Cancino, on April 28, 2020. And like I said, this paragraph here, it shows the bullet as it was written to us and received by our office. Your options tonight, if you could designate for us a city-owned flagpole for the display of the commemorative or ceremonial flags or banners. Also to adopt a resolution approving a council policy regarding the display of commemorative and ceremonial flags and banners at city facilities, and authorizing the display of the LGBTQ Pride flag at a designated San Bruno city facility to commemorate the LGBTQ Pride Month. And so since those are two separate resolutions, we would need two separate motions on those. Your alternative options, should you choose not to go that route, is to not adopt the flag policy resolution tonight, and also not to authorize the display of the LGBTQ Pride flag for the duration of June 2020. With that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And I'd like to, just because I've seen a hand up, so I want to, council's okay, I want to go to the public first in case somebody needs to get on to something else or take care of something. So if you're in the public and you wish to speak, if you could raise your hand, and we'll go ahead and start to go down the list of those in wanting to speak in regards to items 1 and 2 under the resolution. And so I see some are coming up, so I'll let the city clerk call upon them.
Okay, Stephen, I'm bringing you in right now.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Stephen?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say that I am so excited. I mean, beyond excited about this evening's conversation. I won't put lots of time into this, but I've been asking and sending emails asking for raising this flag for the last 5 years. So the fact that we're here tonight is super, super important to me. You talk about Stonewall. I lived just 2 blocks from where Stonewall happened, on Christopher Street in New York City. And it was after Stonewall, but I understand very, very, very clearly where the voices are coming from. And we have a huge LGBTQ community who would like to see they would like to see that we understand where they're coming from. And in this world right now, where we're talking about Black Lives Matter, I mean, this is an equity issue. And I don't really think that there's room to decide, do we accept this or we don't. In fact, I would expect every one of the council members to accept this, and I would expect you all to find a prominent place to display this. We live in the Bay Area. We're not far from San Francisco, and this flag should fly proudly in front of our city hall. I have many family members who are gay and who I love dearly. I think we all have them. And for us to exclude any one of our family members or our community members is just, it's wrong. We're talking about equity. I rode the Age Life Cycle ride 8 years. And I got FedEx, whom I was working with, to support that ride. Now, it's not all about LGBTQ, but it is about many of the people who ride that ride are riding they're riding in remembrance of what the 80s were like. And I was living in New York during the 80s. I mean, we need to acknowledge our LGBTQ community, and there's no better way to do it than put this flag right in front of City Hall. And I'm hoping that's what you'll all do tonight. Thank you very much, and I think Sandra would like to speak.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hello, it's Sandra again. Last week, a group of us, I mentioned this last week, I went to City Hall and raised the flag at the steps, and we just celebrate at the beginning of Pride Month. And we had so many cars driving by and honking, and people just, lit up. It's just such a happy, wonderful thing. And other people, who otherwise just go home and feel excluded from our community, going down El Camino, looking over and seeing the flag, I think would make a huge difference in people's outlook. I don't think we should put it anywhere other than that, because I think it's just so significant. I went to the Black Lives Matter protest in San Mateo earlier last week, and what did they have at City Hall? The Pride flag. Daly City, they put theirs up. I haven't been there yet, so I don't know where theirs is, but I think it should be very prominent. And we, like my husband said, we are part of the Bay Area, and if anywhere, it should be here. It's just taken way too long. So I hope you all vote for it. It's time to be inclusive. It's time to know that we're all important, and we all need to feel like we're accepted in our communities, regardless of who we are, why we are, what we are. It doesn't matter. If we're respectful, people should be respectful back. And I just think it's a really good time. I really love to see the flag at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay, the next here is Alexander Melendres. Hey, Alexander, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, San Bruno City Council. I want to thank Supervisor Pine for being at our meeting and being one of the many leaders to help be a great advocate for San Mateo County's LGBTQ plus community and the San Mateo County Pride Center. I'm speaking as a San Bruno resident, and I'm also a member of the Peninsula Young Democrats, and we're a diverse group of stakeholders here in the Peninsula. I support raising the Pride flag above City Hall in honor of Pride Month as well. I want to quote our president, Sarah Fields, who wrote a Daily Journal op-ed on this, actually. The flag is a symbol not just of tolerance or acceptance, but of pride and inclusion. It speaks to the values honored by our city. She was referring to the city of San Mateo. Last night, the city of Daly City gave a presentation on the raising of the pride flag above their city hall. Oh, it was incredibly moving. The city of Redwood City and the county of San Mateo, thank you, Supervisor Pine, also raised the pride flag this month above their most visible locations, Courthouse Square and County Center, respectively, I believe. South San Francisco also rose the pride flag above their city hall, too. Those are the 4 largest cities in our county, plus the county itself. We are the 5th largest city in the county. That has significance. There are other cities in the county as well that have also done this, as Supervisor Pine alluded to. But one of the main points of raising the flag is the need for visibility among our LGBTQ plus community. Thus it goes that the flag should go in our most visible location, above San Bruno City Hall. I really want to thank you guys for bringing this issue before you, both the proclamation and the potential to raise the flag in a designated city location. I hope you will consider City Hall, and I wish you all a very happy Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Next is Crystal Fresh. Just one moment while I bring you in. Hey, Crystal, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm Crystal Cancino. I'm sorry, I didn't know that it said Crystal Fresh on my
Oh,
thing.
hello, Commissioner Cancino.
Hello. Well, first off, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council. I don't know if we officially accepted it, but just in case, let me just cover my basis and say, on behalf of the LGBTQ Commission, myself and the other commissioners, and obviously many other residents here, along with Supervisor Pine, we're so honored to accept this proclamation from San Bruno, recognizing all LGBTQ people and the month of June as Pride Month. And I'm hoping that we can continue to do that by raising the Pride flag at City Hall. I do want to say that this is a collaborative effort with the LGBTQ Commission and the residents of San Bruno. So I'm really hoping that we can pass that. This visibility, it also allows the LGBTQ residents to know that they are seen and that they are important. This flag includes all the colors and represents unity among them. And during this time of social distancing, with all the protests going on, these simple acts of visibility create a deeper sense of connection and inclusion for everyone in our community. Pride visibility has taken on even greater urgency due to the health pandemic. And the Pride Initiative and the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors plan to take our Pride celebration virtual for the first time, which started on Monday. So Pride is going on right now, and people who are interested can go ahead to smcpridecelebration.com for the calendar of events. And I just want to say that COVID-19 has had an unexpected impact on our mental health, even more so for the vulnerable members of the community. So by issuing the proclamation, raising the flag, the city of San Bruno is visibly demonstrating how important it is for all of us to see our local government celebrate Pride Month. And I just wanted to say love conquers all. So thank you so much again to the mayor, vice mayor, and city council for allowing this to be on the agenda and for hopefully passing the flag raising. And I don't know if anybody can see, but I am waving a Pride flag right now in front of the camera. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now why don't we say it's officially been accepted by the commission. Thank you. Next, please.
Next is Terry Francis. One moment, we're trying to unmute you, Terry. Terry, I'm unable to unmute you.
Oh, I think I got it. I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm so glad that you accepted the flag for San Bruno, because basically San Bruno is the main way to the San Francisco airport, and San Francisco does honor the LGBTQ, the gay community, and we have several of them working in the city of San Bruno ourselves. So it would be more than honoring it's to honor now when during the month of June that us and the workers and our family members will be able to see the flag that will be shining up on the city hall or wherever you members decide to put it. Thank you very much. We are very much appreciative of you accepting the flag.
Thank you, Terry.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for listening to me.
Absolutely.
It looks like that was the last hand. I'm seeing no others.
Okay. Thank you very much, Melissa. If you take the timer down, we'll bring it. You've heard the presentation and, of course, the community. And if we'll bring it back to council for questions or clarification or things that are potentially needed. Oh, of course. Okay. Any members of the council?
To the chair.
Yeah, Laura?
Hi, thank you for all those who spoke up tonight. I really appreciate the input, especially you, Dave Pine, as well. It makes me smile just to hear the comments. It makes me smile to be a member of this San Bruno community. I think it's so important in these times that we acknowledge and recognize that everybody is deserving to be welcomed into our community, regardless of who you are and what your stances are. I can't be prouder. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda, I see your mic is on, so you can speak. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. No, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who got involved, who are on the call tonight, who spoke tonight. Tonight, I feel like is about inclusion, starting with one of our first items. And I just want to say, Alexander Melendrez mentioned the symbol of the flag. I think the flag also symbolizes really survival. Over the years, we've had so many cases on the news where people have been burned for being gay or being lesbian to death. We've had, I still remember the iconic photo of Princess Diana shaking the hand of a gay man in London, or I believe he was gay, in London, but giving real attention to the HIV epidemic that was happening within our gay community, and really very little was being done at politically to help our HIV gay men, especially here in San Francisco. So I think that the flag really symbolizes survival, and I think it's a message of hope. So thank you.
Marty.
Yes, I'd like to thank everybody. Supervisor Pine, it's great seeing you again, and you've been a champion. It's time. It's time to be fully inclusive of everybody, and I support this, and I look forward to its placement at City Hall. We can get to that, but that's where it should be. I thought about that, and each time I gave it just a little more thought. Where else? Where else should it be? It's right in front. It's on top of the steps. It's flying over our City Hall where governance is and where we should be providing the example. I'm for it to be at City Hall, and I look forward to the vote.
Michael?
I believe my colleagues have really said it all, and I believe this is important. The message that we started off today's meeting with really does encompass a lot of different things, and tolerance, acceptance, inclusion. Those things are really important, and so I'm glad we have this on our agenda tonight.
Yeah, and for me, yes, Daly City did have raising at City Hall, and this was their first year. So that was their first year, and there are other cities that are or towns that are not doing it. One thing I did learn in talking to some of the other jurisdictions and electeds was a policy was important, because and Supervisor Pine is right, and I'd heard a couple that said lesson learned. One person on the council made this decision. This flag was flown based on what the mayor said, and it did not go over well. So I think it's very important for at the time, for it to come to a council decision of its current elected body and not just the mayor. I think it's, again, about being inclusive, right? And I think it's about doing it together. I always have in the back of my mind the concern about what happens when, and there have been situations where some events, not this situation, have wanted to been canceled because this wasn't done or that wasn't done or this wasn't included. So we always have to be mindful of that. And I also, one thing I'll say, when we used to have the holiday tree lighting ceremony at City Hall, was it's not a great place for ceremonial things. Heck, if we had a flagpole down at Centennial Park, where it's in the center of our business district, where we could bring people down and have an event and an activity and raise the flag and have people stay there, just like the holiday tree lighting. I'd like to see that become a focal point as well as bringing folks down to San Mateo Avenue, and then maybe after the ceremony they would go and they'd have something to eat. They'd go shopping. So I think those are things too, because I know with what we're doing with COVID-19, that's not possible right now, and I understand that. And to be very candid, I don't know that we have another large flagpole other than in municipal facilities. Doesn't mean we can't get one, but at this time. So anyway, what was being asked is about the policy, about flying the flag, and then about which flagpole. So those were the three things we've been tasked with tonight. Marty, you gave me the answer on the where on the flagpole, so I wrote that one down. What are the other colleagues wishing?
Through the chair.
Yes, Laura.
I agree. So I think it's in front of City Hall. I think on the flagpole that exists, and approval of
policy.
The policy. Sorry.
That's all right. And flying flag. Okay, I got everything. Laura. Linda.
I echo Councilmember Davis's.
Got it. Michael.
Make it 4.
You got it. And then Marty, I'm just going to assume both our last names were on board too.
That's a good one.
Okay. All right. So this is a resolution, folks. So do I have anyone on the council that would like to take
So to
action?
the chair. So
Laura.
motion to approve the resolution authorizing the city to approve the policy regarding the commemorative flag.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Salazar.
Aye.
Mayor Medina.
Aye, and just for clarity, that is in regards to the policy going forward. That is to the City Hall flagpole, and that is a yes to flying the flag. So I just want to make sure for the record that is clear that encompassed all those on the resolution. Supervisor Pine, I want to thank you again for being here with us and your comments. And I'm going to say we're going to put you back to the other room so that you can probably get back to a lot of other business that you have to do for the county. So we thank you for all that the board is doing in the county during this COVID-19. So thank you again for everything. And have a good year.
Take care.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item B.
Chair?
I'm sorry. Did
One point of order. I believe we had 2 resolutions to approve, and I thought the clerk asked us to vote on each.
I apologize. Is that correct, Melissa?
Thank you. I was trying to cut in, but I didn't want to interrupt Supervisor Pine. So we do need a vote for the second resolution, which is authorizing the display of the LGBTQ pride flag at a designated San Bruno City facility, which we now know is the City Hall flagpole, to commemorate the LGBTQ Pride Month.
Yes, and if we find a more festivity in next year, we can work on that and plan it. Okay, so and City Attorney, you want to, so may I please have action on the second item that was just talked to by Melissa?
So through the chair, so I'll motion to approve the resolution authorizing the city to display the LGBTQ pride flag through the duration of the month of June.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Salazar.
Aye.
Mayor Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you for getting to make sure we're on track. And now we're going to go into item B.
Item 6B, provide additional direction regarding placing a cannabis initiative measure on the November 2020 ballot and adopt a resolution appropriating funds from the general fund balance for selected consulting services.
City Attorney, Mr. Zaffarano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. We're just going to take a moment for the slideshow to come up on the screen, so please just give us a minute. Still working on it, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Just another couple minutes and we should have it up.
Okay.
We do see it.
Do we need a few-minute break, or are we okay to go?
Well, that's a good question. Why don't you give us one more try, and we'll see if we can bring it up. We're just trying to get it into slideshow format so we can display it properly. And there seems to be some problem with that.
Mark, would you like me to step in here?
Well, why don't we not have three people doing the same thing at the same time? So let's take it one at a time. I know our staff here is trying to work on it.
Okay.
I think Mark just wants to make this conversation last as long.
That's funny.
Would you guys like a few minutes for us to take a
Yeah,
break?
I think that would be good. Why don't we just take a couple of minute break so that we can figure out what to do? Thank you very much.
Council, please don't log out. Just but be back in 5 or so.
Thank you for your help with that. I really appreciate it.
And I see Michael's back. I'll wait for my colleagues to turn their cameras on. Marty's there. Michael. Just want to make sure we check in with Linda and Laura. Linda's in, okay, and Laura. So it sounds like we have everybody here. We're all back and staff says they're ready. So why don't we go ahead and Melissa, if you can tell Mary we're ready.
We are ready to go.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to reconvene the June 9th, 2020 San Bruno City Council meeting. We've already read out, but we are on conduct of business, item B. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. So we have a brief agenda here. We're going to review the direction that was provided at the last two study sessions by the City Council. Take a look at some of the City Council's options at this time. Request that the Council provide additional direction to staff, and then look at next steps. So this is a brief summary of the prior study sessions. We just have a couple of slides on this. So on June 2nd, the City Council received a comprehensive staff report, and you reviewed state, federal, and local laws, reviewed the status of commercial cannabis activities in all of the San Mateo County jurisdictions. And what we found was, out of those jurisdictions, there were 17 of them in which cannabis is either prohibited or the only thing that's permitted is delivery. And then there were 8 cities and jurisdictions in which various activities were allowed, taxed to a certain degree. But out of those 8 jurisdictions, we found that only one, Pacifica, had operating dispensaries which produce significant tax revenue, mainly because those were legacy businesses. So we also discussed on June 2nd why that was, and the barriers to entry into the new markets, and why the other cities that do allow dispensaries have not actually seen any dispensaries open in their jurisdictions. On June 2nd, we also discussed ballot measure options, which included to put a tax only on, tax and a regulatory measure, or only a regulatory measure. We also talked about obtaining expert assistance for polling, elections, economic analysis, CEQA, mailers, and so on. And the staff report that you had at that time indicated that the cost of that would vary depending upon what you selected, not only in terms of the type of measure, but also in terms of the consultant options. And the cost could be up to $100,000, but it also could be less depending upon the variety of measures that the City Council wished us to employ. And then finally, on June 2nd, there was some direction provided. There was no majority support to place a regulatory ballot measure on the ballot for November 2020. And then the second thing is, despite lacking 4 affirmative votes, which would ultimately be necessary to place a tax measure on the ballot, it was somewhat unclear to staff as to whether to continue work on a tax-only measure despite that. So on June 4th, the City Council held a strategic priority study session for fiscal year 2020-2021, and there was further discussion at that meeting and the request to return to this meeting for additional direction. So let's take a look just briefly at what the options are for the City Council. We can have a tax-only measure that requires a majority 3/5 to direct staff, supermajority to put it on the ballot, and the voters have to implement that. If you want a tax and a regulatory measure, it's the same thing, a majority to tell us to keep working on it, a supermajority to put a tax on the ballot, and of course the voters do have to approve a tax, but the voters or the City Council can approve regulatory measures. And that's the same for the third item in the left-hand column, a regulatory measure only. And of course, another option is to defer action at this time. So the additional direction we're looking for this evening is, first of all, should staff continue working on a tax measure? And second of all, if so, provide direction regarding what level of tax would be appropriate. And you've seen this slide before. It was presented at the June 2nd study session. You could direct staff to pick a variety of tax rates without any particular information except what other cities have done, or you could retain experts to evaluate what's the appropriate level for each activity. And then the other direction that staff would be looking for is, should the city provide information to the community about the tax measure? If so, in what form? Public meetings, staff presentations, or mailers. And then two other things important to consider. One of them, the effect of the placement of a potential cannabis measure on the ballot at the same time as the City Council is also considering placing a TOT measure on the ballot. And then also consider the fact that if a cannabis measure is placed on the ballot, the voters would be asked to approve a tax for activities that aren't yet permitted. You've also seen this slide before. This was an estimate of the costs for the various activities that you could direct staff to retain consultants for. There's a polling cost would be about $30,000. Could be a little bit more if for election consulting, and particularly on that question of placing the TOT measure at the same time as a cannabis measure. You do have a proposal in the packet from the second for comprehensive services for the measure, including economic analysis, measure development at the ballot, and public meetings, about $30,000. You would only need CEQA and GIS services if you wanted to adopt or place a regulatory measure on the ballot. And then there's costs for informational mailers, about $8,000 per, and election costs about $7,000 to $11,000. And then you saw the estimate of staff time previously, from 50 to about 150 hours, depending on the direction that the City Council gives us. So in summary, we have the timeline, which is that, as you know, the ballot measure and all associated materials have to get to the county by August 8th. We have about 6 weeks to perform all of the necessary work before the second July City Council meeting. And so if there is going to be direction to staff and consultants, we should start that work immediately. So the next steps to close are whether to place a tax measure on the ballot or not, and then if so, whether to retain consultants, and if so, what work for them to perform and what the source of funds is. So that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry, I was on mute. What I'd like to do is turn to the public, because I know the hour, 9:20. So I wanted to make sure anybody who wanted to offer anything on this topic could have that ability, and if they needed to depart, of course, could, or remain. So I'm going to turn it over to the city clerk and allow her to begin to call through the names, please.
I'm going to stop the sharing of the screen so I can bring up the timer.
Thank you.
And the first person is Terry Francis. Terry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, council members. I thank you for taking my hand again. And I'm very strong about putting this this vote on the ballot, to put this agenda on a ballot, because we are the mainstream to the airport. And even though I am not a cannabis user, I do use the oils. And I have an aunt that's 91 years old, and she's always in a lot of pain. And we have to go to the city to purchase the oil for her and take it all the way to San Jose. And I know a few of my friends that do indulge in smoking cannabis, they go all the way to the city just to buy it. And I'm thinking, since we have the bus terminal, the BART terminal, train terminal, and the airport right here in San Bruno, that this would be a very good place to put a cannabis store, so that we can bring up some kind of what do you call it, revenue for San Bruno. And that's what I wanted to put in my 2 cents.
Thank you,
So
Terry.
I would suggest yes to put it on the ballot, and I would definitely vote yes on the ballot, and so would my husband. And so would I think, a majority of San Bruno, because I live in downtown San Bruno, and you would be surprised the amount of drug dealing I see going on the corners. And I would live down the street from Newell's, so I see a lot of it.
Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome. Thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely, of course.
Okay, next is Tom Hamilton.
Oh, hold on, I'm
Hi,
here.
Tom, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It was unfortunate that the staff report made such heavy reference to the program in South San Francisco. It should be made clear that South City does not currently have any cannabis dispensaries. They have delivery services based there, and as described in detail in the staff report we heard last week, it's difficult, if not impossible, for cities to regulate and collect from delivery businesses. And this is why South City's revenue is so low from cannabis, and using them for revenue comparison is a misdirection. It should, however, be noted that South City has zoned large areas of their city to allow cannabis businesses, so it is only a matter of time before dispensaries begin to open, making it even more imperative for San Bruno to act now. Councilmember Davis said last week that she might support this proposal, but just not at this time. She has concerns about the work needed to put this on the ballot, overloading our city staff, but these concerns were debunked by the city manager on the record in the meeting last week. We have an $8 million budget shortfall that we'll be dealing with for years to come, and an opportunity here to attract a recession-proof, heavily regulated business to our city, an opportunity that won't come up again for 2 more years. Now is exactly the time to move forward with a tax plus regulatory ballot measure. Councilmember Salazar's arguments last week actually contradicted themselves. He started by saying there's no guarantee anyone has any interest in opening a dispensary in San Bruno, despite just minutes before having heard from 2 successful operators of cannabis dispensaries expressing interest in doing exactly that. And then he ended his argument by saying that all of the people who want to open dispensaries might work to influence the election. Well, which is it? Both of those things can't be true. He also characterized putting this decision to the voters as a cop-out to prevent the council from having to take a stand. And since we all know that all taxes must be approved by the voters, we have to wonder if Councilmember Salazar is either comically unaware of the process, or much more likely he's grasping at straws to come up with reasons to vote no, because he's personally against cannabis and is trying to be our dad instead of our council member. If you're against cannabis, vote no on the ballot measure. And if it does pass, then don't patronize the dispensary. I don't plan to. I don't use cannabis. But I do see the benefit it brings to several of my neighbors in San Bruno who suffer from chronic illness. And despite the misleading sections of the staff report, I also see the massive economic benefit it will bring that our city desperately needs. Lastly, please consider that including a regulatory measure would settle the question of what the citizens want. Something like, should San Bruno allow the operation of retail cannabis businesses, the location and number of which to be regulated by city council through a public process? This leaves the city with options, and you guys can make a plan even after the election. Either way, I cannot urge you strongly enough. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
One moment. The next person is Terry Chavez. Just one moment, Terry, while we bring you in. Hey, Terry, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak. I want to mention how important the right to vote is. The county assessor's website indicates that San Bruno had 23,194 registered voters as of November 2019. A little less than 8,000 voters voted on the ballot measure for Measure G, the half-cent sales tax. Of the voters that did cast a vote, they approved this with 61.6% voting yes. However, almost 3,000 voters did cast a no vote. As a result, the 61% voter approval, we now have the additional half-a-cent sales tax implemented in San Bruno. I voted yes on this measure because I believed that we needed the additional revenue in San Bruno. Each of the 3,000 voters that voted no would have their own reasons to have voted no. The opportunity to cast a vote is the cornerstone of democracy in our country. As an elected official on the school board, I took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution and the California Constitution, as did each city council member. Does San Bruno need marijuana dispensaries? I might not agree that we do. I might be opposed to it. However, it is a fundamental right of democracy to allow the voters to cast their votes in November 2020 and make this decision. Lastly, I want to end with a quote from Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Let us never forget that government is ourselves and not an alien power over us. The ultimate rulers of our democracy are not a president and senators and congressmen and government officials, but the voters of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Next is Holly S. Just one moment while I bring you in. Hi, Holly, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Holly Smalley. I'm the compliance director for LIT. It's a medical and recreational adult use cannabis business in Pacifica. And I'm also the vice president of the San Mateo County Cannabis Association. And I'm also super honored to be part of our local youth prevention board. My background is in education, so youth prevention is something that's always been really important to me. And I wanted to participate tonight as a representative for San Mateo County Cannabis Association. We've been watching our sister cities and have an interest in advocating for safe cannabis access for other communities. You know, we worked really closely with our city planning commission, our police department, our city council members, and with youth prevention and creating our local ordinance. And I'm here tonight just to applaud you for considering a vote for the San Bruno community and allowing the community to decide whether cannabis would have a positive impact on the community. Offering safe access and an opportunity for increased revenue for the city has such value, and especially right now. I also wanted to share a little bit about our store and what we do and how we hope we're having a positive impact on the community. We offer locked boxes at cost to our guests for safety purposes, for pets, for youth, for children. We also offer, and a lot of cannabis businesses do this. I mean, most of these businesses are run by very intelligent, socially aware, environmentally aware people who really care about our community. We organize beach cleanups. We clean our street every single day. We know all of our neighbors, and we've only had positive interactions with our community so far, and we hope to continue to do that. You know, a lot of concerns I think our city had that you might have as well are probably just similar common fears. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about what those might be. Most research shows that crime decreases in neighborhoods when cannabis dispensaries open, and that's because of the comprehensive security systems required by state and local communities. Also, property values increase because crime goes down, and neighboring businesses near cannabis dispensaries had access additional revenue. You know, people come into your store to buy cannabis, and they ask, where can I get lunch? Where can I get a coffee? Where should I get my hair done, my nails done? Where can I take a surf lesson? So people come into the city to, as tourists, from the airport. You guys are closer to the airport than we are. But right now we get calls all the time from people who just landed from out of the country or out of state, wondering what do they need to do to come inside our store? What are the requirements? And it's just been a really, really positive experience for, I think, our business neighbors, our residential neighbors.
Holly, if you've gotten, everybody gets 3 minutes, and if you could wind it up, please.
Sure. So I just wanted to share a little bit about the positives, and I, again, applaud you for considering allowing your community to vote on it, and I hope it's something that you guys will vote yes on and give your community the chance to have safe access. I think it's important that we get to choose what we put in our bodies. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Holly. And just as a reminder to folks, we've done 3 minutes. I'm showing, after Holly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more speakers, last one being Paul. So if anybody else plans to speak, please raise your hand now so that we have it going. Thank you very much.
Next is Russell Steins. Just one moment while we bring him in. Russell, I'm having trouble unmuting you. Do you have the ability to unmute? Okay, I think we lost Russell there. I'm not sure what happened. Next would be Josh Goldberg.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
You can go ahead and start. Okay, hi. At what everyone else ahead of me said, I don't have much more to add than what they already said pretty well. Let us vote on this. We're citizens here. We ask you to administer our government, not to administer our morality. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay, and next is Alexander Melendrez. Just one moment, Alex, while I bring you in. Hi, Alex.
Hi. Hello, San Bruno City Council for the third time tonight. I'm also in favor of placing this a potential cannabis measure on the ballot. I think it's one of the most heavily regulated industries out there. Apologies, the hour is very late. And it would be up to the voters. The voters would get to choose and decide whether this is something that they want in their community. It would be something that I would be in favor of voting for, and I hope that you would leave it up to the citizens to decide whether or not this is something we want in our city. And I think the other commenters would probably have more to say. Have a good night.
Thank you, Alex.
Next is Riley Gibbons. Just one moment while we bring you in. Hi, Riley, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All
Whenever
right.
you're ready.
All right, well, thank you for allowing me to speak. One, I just want to start off with tipping my hat to what Ariana Bullock did at the park yesterday. And I would like to point out how much the council harps on young leaders. As a young leader like myself, and how you guys say we are the future, people like us who are very involved with the marijuana industry, we know how important it is to be open to the community. And to hold us back because of biased opinions is truly unfair, and it'll eventually just come around and bite you. To point out some things that you guys mentioned earlier, the South San Francisco revenue being less than 100 grand, and that was within a year. If it costs less than 100 grand just to get this thing rolling, you would at least see us outperforming South City and making your money back to a minimum. And you could imagine if we opened at least 2 shops, it could be far greater than that. Another thing I heard you guys say was the senior center mentioned that It took only one day to pass outdoor seating, which is far riskier, I believe, with lives of people than 100 grand. And you guys seemed very proud that it only took one day. And you also mentioned we saved weeks of meetings, but we've been doing this for years. So I truly don't see what the problem is with certain people here. And another thing you guys quoted was what helps buy more as a business. And like these businesses that are in a recession right now because of the COVID, as you can tell, marijuana shops are essential. So if we had one or two in San Bruno, you would see a fast increase in tax revenue, and it would help everything. Yeah, and then I feel like at this point, the majority of people, and you guys know it, are pro clubs. And I feel like strongly that the people kind of have the council cornered at this point, and there's nothing else you can really say. And people are starting to get impatient with certain council members. And I feel, just give us what the people want. If it doesn't work, the business owners are going to be the one at loss. You guys took a risk. That's great. So it will pay off. But I think at this point, you guys just got to let the people do what they need to do at this time. Like Tom mentioned, if we're going to take any action, it's now. There's no point waiting 2 years. We could have our sister cities open up before us and take our competition away. So with that being said, I feel, really consider it, because this isn't going to end. People are going to fight until we get it. So it's either, give people what we want, or, just face the fire at that point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please.
Next is Chris Perez. One moment. Chris, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. I just wanted to also support the ballot measure to give the community a chance to vote on this. And also, really my reason for that would be to capture some of these lost revenues. I don't think people are in San Bruno are not buying cannabis. I believe they're buying it at other locations. We have the 101 corridor that, to my knowledge, has no dispensaries on it. It would be a great thing for the city to embrace right now. We're not creating a new revenue stream, but we're capturing revenue that's leaking. So I think that's important. And I hope you guys will put it on the ballot.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Next is Paul Lipinski. Hi, Paul. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. In response to that lady that owned the other dispensary, if all she said was true, then every city in the state would have millions of dispensaries that because of all the benefits to them. I'm opposed to it. I think we're gambling with tax dollars that we're going to get a rate of return that's greater than what our outlay is. Maybe if we put it on the ballot, that we require that the whoever is going to want to put up a dispensary has to pay the tax dollars back that was cost for the ballot measure. The other thing that I was going to say is that because of the high taxes that California imposes on legal marijuana, there's still a huge illegal sales because it's cheaper. You want to pay the tax when you can buy it from somebody who's just selling it without having to pay the tax. The other thing was everybody is saying, well, we need more revenue and don't regulate morality and all that. Why don't we include strip clubs and massage parlors on this ballot measure too, so that we can have those to get money from? Other than that, I'm just saying I don't agree with it. I think we should just let it go, and especially in a time when we don't have the money, we shouldn't be spending it on something that's unknown. That's all I got.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please.
Joshua Fround. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I'm bringing you in. One moment. Hello, Joshua. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yep.
You told me
I
about
grew up with the name. I know it gets mispronounced all the time. No worries. Look, I'm just going to respond to the last commenter to say that if somebody in this community wanted to bring strip clubs to San Bruno, I personally wouldn't want to see a strip club in San Bruno, but if it required a vote of the public, I would allow that vote. That's the point. Like, look, I don't agree with tobacco sales. I think tobacco's terrible for the community, but I'm not going to tell you that you can't buy it. That's completely your right to do. And it is completely my right to buy marijuana. And I am asking the community to consider that I would like to buy that marijuana in the community. And I would like to pay a tax on it. I want to pay a tax on something that comes back to my community. I don't feel that putting a ballot measure to let the voters decide should be controversial. It just doesn't make sense. We've already talked about the city needing revenue. This is just clear revenue. And with all due respect, I hear people don't want marijuana in San Bruno. I posted something on Nextdoor. There's been a lot of discussion there. Not usually a place that I like to go, unfortunately. But look, the truth is the overwhelming majority of people that I have had interactions with have been in favor. So let's let the people actually decide. I just, it boggles me that this has to be such a controversial issue. That's it. I appreciate your time. Thank you guys so much for considering it.
Thank you, Joshua.
Next is Stephen Seymour. I'm bringing you in right now. Hi, Stephen.
Hello. Hi. All right. So South City already has the framework east of 101, and Redwood City opened up a dispensary 3 months ago, and they're doing well. Pacifica, you heard from Holly. Holly is a good community member, and she has the only recreational cannabis dispensary open in Pacifica, but there are like 4 or 5 more that will come on. The ballot measure, one thing that Holly didn't mention is that the dispensaries have to pay the money back to the city that it cost them to put the ballot measure on. So tonight, we might have some council members who say we can't afford the ballot measure. But what Pacifica did is that they said, okay, we're going to pass that cost on to the dispensaries. And so Holly is paying money, and so are the others that open up dispensaries in Half Moon Bay. They'll pay the money back until until Pacifica has been made whole. I agree with many of the other speakers that this is an issue that we should all be able to vote on. Not one council member should say that this is too important to let the public vote on it, because democracy is about listening to all of our voices. One thing that Holly told me today when I went and visited her dispensary is that a good portion of her customers are coming from San Bruno. So we're giving to the dispensaries in and around our city our tax dollars, and we need those tax dollars right now. The other thing I'd like to say is, while this may seem like not the best way to poll our people, there is a next door poll going on right now with almost 600 votes. And of those 600 votes, 65% of them would like to see a dispensary in San Bruno. So I believe that this is something that you need to put in front of the voters. How will you know how the people of San Bruno really feel if you don't really ask them? And what's the best way to ask them? Through the ballot. So I'm hoping if you don't put a tax measure on, that you'll at least put a question that says, do you want to see a dispensary, or whatever that verbiage might mean or might say, do you want to see it in San Bruno city limits? And you might be shocked by what the results are. Thank you very much.
And I would like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, first, Stephen, and then she'll reset the clock for you.
Thank you very much.
course.
One of the previous callers made my point, Paul. Right away, he brings up strip clubs. And these last 2 weeks, as a nation, we've been talking about social injustice. I think it's a social injustice that a group of people, which I'm included in, are not valued enough to make a decision of what we purchase in our town. A lot of people have the option to go to the pharmacy, they get to go to Walgreens, but we have to leave our town, and we take our tax money with it. And why? Based on previous city council meetings like last year when this was an agenda, one of you said that because we're not that kind of city, we're not those kind of people, and that no matter how much money it would bring to our town, they would not be considered. And another council member tried to draw a correlation between the death of an 18-year-old young man in our community of a fentanyl overdose, try to make the correlation to cannabis use. I find that extremely insulting. I just think, I mean, we are so behind the ball here. You know, you have to value all the members of your community. And some of us really feel that maybe you try to make us feel less than when you've accepted that, you know, your way of taking care of yourself is like to chill out with a beer or whatever your choice. That's great. That's wonderful. But have that respect for the rest of us who have made other choices. At a time like this, I think that is very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. We have 3 more speakers.
Yes, one moment. The next is, I'm not sure of the name, it's just showing as M. Diaz. I'm going to bring you in to speak.
Hi, this is Martha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I agree with Paul when I say that I am opposed to it. I don't think this has been thought through. No one has said anything about undesirables coming into our city on BART, nor where would this dispensary be located. I know for myself, I don't want it anywhere near my home. Having BART and a dispensary in San Bruno is not a good combination. Pacifica may not be getting undesirables coming in because they don't have BART. Our crime has gone up because of BART, and we're seeing more theft than we have ever before. And now we want a dispensary. I do agree with the benefits for those with medical conditions. And I don't agree adding it to the ballot if the city is going to be spending money on consultants to see if it should be added or not. You know, if adding it to the ballot is not going to cost any more money, then yes, please do. Otherwise, I say let other cities get the tax money and the increase in crime. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Martha. We have 2 more.
Next up is Nida Jamali.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak. I would just like to say that if this is something that we should, as the citizens of San Bruno, be able to vote on, and just to touch on what Riley Gibbons was saying earlier, like, this is not something that's going to go away. So if this is something that is rejected to put on the ballot now, it will come up later. And I think, you know, as young people in San Bruno, we should be able to voice our opinions and vote on something like this. I don't understand why this is a huge issue. Like, I understand why this is causing all this discussion, but if you just allow the citizens of San Bruno to vote on this, then that would be, I think, the best solution. And if it votes no, it votes no. But I think you just have to give it the chance to be put on the ballot. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Nita. And then looks like Alfonso is our final speaker.
Yes, Alfonso, I'm bringing you in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Alfonso, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So, you know, just to kind of go back on the undesirable statement that was made, if you think that undesirables are going to leave their cities and come to our city to buy cannabis, then you have something coming. That's just not going to happen, because the undesirables that you're talking about are coming from San Francisco or Oakland or wherever, where they already have cannabis sales and dispensaries. And I'm talking tons of dispensaries. I'm not talking about just one that we're like what we're trying to do here. Everybody keeps talking about a dispensary. It doesn't have to be a dispensary that comes into the business in San Bruno. There's multiple types of cannabis businesses. There's cultivation, indoor cultivation, there's distribution, there's non-storefront deliveries. The non-storefront deliveries are what's delivering cannabis in San Bruno right now. So for every order that comes into San Bruno, all that tax money that's getting paid for all those drivers that are coming to San Bruno and delivering this product that's being ordered online or through a phone is going to these other cities. So we're losing on all that money. And South City has just they have their numbers up. It doesn't look promising. It all really depends on how much of the taxes are you guys going to start charging these people, and how desirable are you going to make it for these businesses to come here, right? If you start charging way too much, these people are not going to come. What type of dispensaries are you going to put in here? Are you going to put a mom and pop type of dispensary? Or are you going to make a dispensary that's going to bring some money? So the choice is really the city council on who they're going to allow and what rules are going to allow to have this type of cannabis business here. I currently work for a financial institute that provides transparent banking, FDIC banking. And we're all talking about how it's federally illegal. We provide FDIC banking for cannabis businesses. I know the regulations. I know the compliance for all this. I mean, I can be a source for you guys if you guys have questions regarding this. But to bring in cannabis would be an ideal choice for San Bruno to generate money. Last month alone, statewide, our businesses. And I can't say the business that I work for because I don't have permission to talk about this. But last month, statewide, we brought in $30 million in cash alone, and that's what scares a lot of these city council members. It's like, we're bringing a cash-intensive business. What about money laundering? Well, when you provide transparent banking and these compliance and regulations for these types of businesses, that money laundering immediately goes away. And if you're worried about, how are we going to get paid our taxes? How are these people going to pay their taxes with all this cash when none of our banks are going to accept it? We've also come up with a solution on a cash to tax accounts to pay cities through these accounts that they have with us. So there is a possibility of making tons of money for San Bruno. You just have to be smart about it. Is it going to be a dispensary? Is it going to be a manufacturing plant, indoor cultivation, or whatever? Providing a green zone is the number one thing. Keeping everything centralized in one area so the police department knows exactly where to go when there's a problem, if there's a problem. If you do dispensaries, of course, you're going to have to put it out on a busy highway, but you can control that also. So it really depends on what you guys want to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alfonso. Okay, so we're back to council, and I want to start it off, if I may, for when we originally brought this topic up about cannabis in general, to have a conversation. I supported, and I don't regret that decision, to have the conversation and to talk about it, because there are different facets that can be brought in, or whether it's research, though I know there's not money there. But at the same time, that was something that was discussed some time ago, former council, former manager, and that didn't come back. So I know we've had a lot of discussion as well, right? We've gone and talked at 2 different meetings. We've had input from our community. I'm going to say exactly what I said at one of the last meetings was no to regulatory on the ballot, and I was interested in looking at a tax measure. The reason for that was at a sales tax for City of San Bruno, we would get 1.5 or 1.75, I can't remember off the top of my head, and that's what we would bring in. And as other communities have done, they brought forward a tax initiative so that you have something to tax. Because once you bring in whatever line of business, like our last speaker said, they're not paying that tax. It is a high tax from the state, from the sales tax, and from what other communities may tax. So that is where I was, and still am on the same thing, and I have not missed in that statement. What we had was potential of bringing a tax initiative. As was stated by staff before, it was 5-0, 4-1, and at the end it became a 3-2. I was one of those 3 that would have supported it, but it will take 4 to place it on the ballot, and that's a fact. My comment last time, and still is, for us to spend resources, for us to spend staff time, and it sit on a shelf, because next month, quickly, it would have to come back, and if there's not 4 votes, then the polling and the data will sit. And that will then be resources that we're not going to get back because we're going to have to go back out. So for that, for me personally, with not having that, and it's been made clear to me, unless I've missed something, on the 2nd and the 4th, we don't have that. So if we do not have that, then no. I am going to make a motion that at this time, so that it's abundantly clear, because the confusion came in about there were 3 votes, which is correct, that says staff, you continue to work, you look into something, you spend resources, which I've asked why. Staff says, look, if you don't have good data, if you don't know what it is or what the community desires, then you're not certain. And all those initiatives, whether they be the school bonds or us, you go through that research to get the right product. Staff is not feeling comfortable not having a product to bring to the council, because if it's something that's not done effectively and efficiently, and then it gets on a ballot and it fails, then that opportunity could be lost. The one thing I hadn't thought about until the presentation was having a TOT and a cannabis can be in competition with each other, and that could be a challenge. The TOT gets us the money. If it were passed to 14%, a cannabis tax does not get us money into the revenue stream to the city of San Bruno. So with that,
Mayor Medina, aren't we having a discussion?
I have the floor. So I'm going to make a motion, which I can do, and then I certainly want to hear from my colleagues, but I'm going to place a motion on the floor that makes it firm, because that seemed to be the question last time. So my motion would be to, at this time, I had already said no regulatory, so I'm going to go to the tax. To not have the staff continue to do, or they haven't until this point, do any more work on
Point of order.
I'm making a motion.
But we haven't had a discussion.
After the motion, there will be. That's what I'm saying. I want to hear from my colleagues, but I want it clear, because that's been the question. Rico, make clear your position. So, as far as the tax, I move that staff be directed no longer to do any more work on that task, or hire any consultants or pollsters for a tax initiative for this 2020 ballot. That is my motion.
So are we ready for discussion?
Now, we'll see if there's a second or if it dies for lack of a second.
Oh.
Okay, there is no second, so then it dies due to a lack of a second. Okay, back to council.
Got my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to hit the button. I apologize. Marty.
Marty, you were first.
He is. Yeah.
That works.
And Laura.
So I do want to comment. That was the first time in my 5 years that a mayor has jumped on putting a motion in before having council discussion, which is, you're right, correct, but I find it not necessary, but that's okay. My question's for staff, and it's regarding the cost recovery, because it's clear council's concerned about costs in this time especially. Although I think we can all agree that in order to put any ballot measure on, we have to spend money, and especially if we're going to try to get revenue, it's an investment of this money and time. We already heard from staff that said, no problem, they can get this done. It will be a little challenging, but that's what we heard, and I'll let staff answer that again. That this work can get done. Now, the question that I have for staff regarding cost recovery is to provide more detail. We heard one commenter mention how cost recovery happens from the companies, but how would that cost recovery work? So that's my first question, and I'd like to hear that answer first.
Through the chair, I'm happy to take a first crack at that. So normally cost recovery is accomplished by imposing a permit fee on the business, and a permit scheme would be set up generally as part of a regulatory ordinance. And so depending on what for example, the cannabis use would be, there would be a study done by an outside consultant, just as we have a user fee study, for example, to determine what are all the costs of permitting that type of facility, and you can include those costs in the in the cost of obtaining a permit. Of course, you don't get cost recovery unless there's a business that actually successfully comes in and applies and pays the permit. But assuming that were the case, then that's normally how it's done, is through a permit mechanism that staff would need to set up as part of either a regulatory measure by the city council or as part of a regulatory ballot measure.
Thank you for that. The other, I have some comments, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues first.
Laura.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for joining in tonight's council meeting and voicing your comments and your concerns, as well as 2 weeks ago. I really do appreciate the time. I mean, it's 10 o'clock at night. This council started at 5:30. I started my day at 8 o'clock, and I have yet to be off a computer. But I appreciate your passion. I appreciate the phone call I received from Tom Hamilton and Stephen Seymour to really explain their point of view. I appreciate the comments tonight. They are heartfelt, and I take them to my heart. There are a lot of differences in this world. There are differences in my own household. I have somebody who says, just let them put it on the ballot. And I have somebody else and a family member that says, no, we don't want this in San Bruno. So I hear you. And I know that the voters voted me in to represent the community. So that's all I've done, is try to get an opinion from the community throughout these last few weeks. In fact, I've talked about this and I've looked into this for years because it has always been an issue. My concern 2 weeks ago and my concern tonight are the same things, and they don't change. Number one, we're during a COVID pandemic. We have riots emergencies happening in our city, things that take staff's time. When I can't get a response to a simple email, when I can't have my regular meetings with my city manager that I'm deserving to have and stay in touch on things that concern me or issues or questions because staff is overwhelmed and overworked, it concerns me. When the city of Belmont takes 6 months and 20 public meetings to offer public comment on an important item on whether or not they should put it on the ballot, this concerns me when we want to put it into a 30-day process. So, I've heard you, and I heard you say, you know what, folks, if this passes, we can figure out a way to come up with some sort of permit scheme and get those funds back. I appreciate that. I like the idea, thinking outside the box. I appreciate Holly, who called in about what Pacifica offers. But what happens if it fails? We've taken now $80,000, whatever that number might be, out of our reserves to not actually get anything out of that. So I have some huge concerns about that. Number one is I've heard some conflicting information in staff reports, so I'm not sure what to believe. I tried to do my own investigation on ballot measures in the cities in almost San Mateo County. And when you look at that, Half Moon Bay, for example, the tax measure passed, for seeds it passed, but not for dispensaries, retail dispensaries. I'm not sure what's going on in South City, but somehow they came up with $100,000. So I'm actually curious to see if they don't have a storefront and they're actually still able to bring in $100,000. I'm actually interested in that. So I'm actually interested in possibly saying, if I want to make sure that Helen down the street is able to get her cannabis for personal reasons, then I want to make sure she's able to have that. I don't want her driving to San Francisco to get that. And I'd like her to be able to have the ability to get that in her own town. So those things concern me as well. So those are my comments so far. And I will continue to listen, and I appreciate the other council comments.
Linda.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, I was thinking about revenue measures and a meeting that I attended that was not filmed on YouTube last year, and it was one of the first meetings around the Measure G item. And I remember there were a set of consultants that had stated that they had looked at various revenue measures prior to identifying what eventually became Measure G, and one of them was cannabis. And so my first question is there already work that has been done, not even a year ago, on cannabis?
Hi, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Councilmember Mason, I'll take that one. No, there was not work by a consultant that was done. The study session that you're remembering was had as a part of it a list of potential revenue ideas that the City Council had talked about for at least 12 months prior. And so there were conversations around which revenue measures should the City Council pursue last year if they were going to put something on the ballot. And the decision was a district sales tax measure, which is why Measure G went through the process and went on the ballot. But you are correct in remembering that cannabis was on that list of various revenue measure ideas, but there was not work that went into that. That conversation actually was the beginning of the process to decide what the consultant will work on, and the decision was the sales tax measure.
Okay, so as of today then, a consultant has not been hired when this came up in 18 or 19 as an issue before the council?
No, the City Council has never authorized a consultant report or outside work to be done on a potential cannabis ballot measure.
Okay, and the hours that have been spent on this staff report by staff, were they also spent the last time that it came to council? Approximately, because that staff report was quite hefty as well.
I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering how many times staff is going to produce information before council has a majority of a vote.
Well, the staff produces information based on direction from the City Council. So
Correct.
the City Council requested a staff report, and we brought it to them. So I'm not sure I understand your question.
So would you estimate that the staff report that was brought to you in 18 took about as much time to pull together as the staff report that you prepared for our agenda items this year?
So I'm sorry, I didn't work on the staff report that went to the City Council previously for strategic revenue initiatives. Maybe Keith or Javon can answer the question.
I think what, Councilmember, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're asking is the staff report that was conducted when the City Council made a decision not to allow cannabis businesses after they were allowed by state law, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In 2018.
Thank you. I misunderstood. I apologize. It's I'm sorry. So what was the question again about that staff report?
Yeah, what was about how much time did that take compared to how much time this staff report took?
You know what? I really can't say. I have a large folder back at the office. Quite a bit of time over the course of a couple of years went into the City Council's discussion and public deliberations regarding the amendments to the city's municipal code around the cannabis. So I just really, I don't know. All I do know, as I indicated in the staff report, is that those discussions by the City Council did occur over a period of a number of years.
Okay. I just want to point out that based on the number of calls we had tonight, I don't see this issue going away. And so if we don't get the 3 votes necessary tonight, then I just would hate to see staff spend time again on the same issue when we're probably going to have the same deficit, I'm guessing, in about a year. I also wanted to just identify that AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons, in February of this year, only a couple months ago, released a report, I believe it was done by a division of NYU, stating that use by seniors 65 and over increased by 75% over a 3-year period. In 2006, the number was 0.4%. In 2015, it was 2.4%, and in 2018, it was 4.2%. There was a 180% jump among older adults with diabetes. Marijuana use increased 93% among women 65 and older, and 114% among adults with college education. I also wanted to point out that South City does not have any dispensaries. Belmont had a ballot measure just in fall of 2019. And the reason that's important is because we're hearing, that these numbers are low, but the numbers are low or unknown because they're actually still incredibly new, which only means that our opportunity to have this on the ballot measure and then go through a public process if we need to is really now. I mean, there's a Mark referred over and over to Pacifica doing well because it's a legacy business. Well, those are going to be legacy businesses if we let this go another couple of years. And they're going to have regular clients, and they're not going to be coming to us because they're going to have loyalty to other locations. I'm okay with not having a poll, and I think we talked about this a little bit in the last meeting. I also think that the comparison, I think it's a great comparison that Mayor Medina brought up to TOT tax because, we're going to have a lot of competition on that too. There's hotels all over the Bay Area, right? But we're not going to say no, from what I can see, to a TOT tax. There is going to be competition, and we're either going to get in early when we know that there's revenue. Every single thing that I've seen with a business that's been open for 3 or more years is making money. And I really think that I hear Paul, I hear Ms. Diaz, and I think they bring up very valid points. But we're the city that has an $8 million deficit. We can determine where a dispensary goes. We can determine whether we want a dispensary versus some other business, as we saw with other cities. But right now is really the moment that we're making this decision to get into a revenue source or not. And I think that the scary part is if we don't, we may eventually have to cut more services to our resident or cut positions to our residents because $8 million is not something that is easily going to be recovered by just development. I also wanted to ask Chief Johansson if he could talk to us a little bit about the crime element. My understanding is that he may have some knowledge around cannabis. We've heard the word of undesirables and crime, and maybe he can talk a bit about what he knows and whether he may have some information about Pacifica as well.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is Ryan Johansson, the Chief of Police in San Bruno. I have spoken to the Pacifica Police Department all the way up to the Chief of Police about the dispensaries in their city and any potential connection to criminal activity. And the information garnered there made it abundantly clear that they've had no increase whatsoever in criminal activity that he could associate to the dispensary businesses. In fact, in the chief's words, there has not been a single police report taken associated with the dispensary businesses in their city. There's been some other checking done. I checked in with the San Jose Police Department because they have dispensaries, as well as the chief in Santa Cruz because they have dispensaries, and it was similar reports, not quite as drastic as saying not a single police report, but both chiefs expressed no marked increase in criminal activity associated with the presence of the dispensaries. I hope that answers the question you were asking.
Yeah, thank you. And then I just want to reiterate that last week I read the ICMA part of the report that was not included in our staff report, but is part of the same report that staff utilized in their report, which stated that crime overall went down when marijuana came to specific cities that were identified in the report. So I think a number of the myths have been demystified, I guess I could say. And I just want to reiterate that we're at a turning point in the city. We've got development. We're hopefully going to get a TOT tax. But we're also $8 million in the hole, and that's just to balance the budget. That's not even to get any of our wants, right? And so if we're really serious about San Bruno going somewhere, moving forward, being better than just balancing the budget, we've got to be open to revenue sources because every other city that's been mentioned is just getting in the business. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from colleagues?
Through the chair.
Michael.
Just a couple of comments since there was a speaker, Tom Hamilton spoke, made some comments, and Tom is someone I know and someone I respect in the community, and so I did want to acknowledge a couple of points he made, and just wanted to assure Tom that I do know the difference of when the council has authority and when they don't. I fully understand that certain decisions are vested in the council and other decisions are vested in the public. And I am fully aware. The point I made, and I believe it was confirmed by the city manager, that the council does have a right to move certain things forward. The council prohibited by ordinance and the council can allow by ordinance. And that was the point I chose to make. Perhaps it wasn't clear at the time, but I did want to clarify that I do know the difference. And just in terms of my comment about not having a guarantee, and the point is taken that there is definitely interest. We heard from a lot of people that claim that they would be interested, but I just don't see somebody expressing interest on a call as being that firm of a commitment. But I mean, anyway, that's where I was coming from. I just wanted to clarify basically some of the points that I made, why they were made. So I wasn't insulting anyone. I wasn't intending to insult anyone or lack their intention. But we had another organization come to us and ask for us to put something on a ballot, and they were committed enough that they would pay all the consulting fees and everything. So that shows a level of commitment that would give us some level of assurity that they would follow through on that commitment, which we didn't have here. And so that was the basis of that comment. So just wanted to put that out there. I'm going to try to refrain from expressing too much opinion because clearly this is controversial. And, tonight we've been on a theme of unity and kind of, working together, building a community. And so the last thing I want to do, the last thing I was imagining when I signed up to be on the council was to divide the community. So I am going to be very cautious that I do not make any statements that in any way imply some sort of a bias or a negative opinion of anyone who's spoken. But I do have a few questions regarding what this process could look like going forward. So, and this goes back to my my making the distinction between a council decision and a ballot decision. And I wouldn't even go down this path if we're not even discussing a regulatory item. So, a lot of it has to do with the regulatory item because, of course, if we start talking about a tax and we're talking about a tax that doesn't apply to anything that's authorized currently, it sounds less palatable. And I believe staff told us that if we do go down that, I don't think they advised us not going down that route because people want to know all the details of what they're voting for. And I still do have a concern about $100,000 when we're in deficit to hire consultants. Something I would really want to know about what we get in the consulting report, and I know that there was some mention of some of the services they would provide, but there are a number of regulatory things that have to happen along with the decision. And I noticed that in one of Pacifica's staff reports, they were increasing their application fee or renewal fee from something like $400 up to $20,000 to renew because they weren't recouping costs on that. And so clearly there's a lot of information that they weren't privy to going into this, and they're having to tweak it. And so, one concern then would be is if the council does cede that authority to a vote of the public, then is there an ability to go back and make modifications like Pacifica is doing. And but again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that if regulatory is not even on the table. If we're only talking tax, then I will withdraw my question and we can move on.
I think it's a good question. I'd like to know the answer. Great questions.
That's staff's answer, right?
So,
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar, as I understand the question, what you're wondering is, could a regulatory or could a tax measure be written in such a way as to recover the regulatory costs? Is that what you're asking?
No, Mark. My question was really more about what we're hearing from our speakers is that they want voters to decide, and it's a fair request. I fully acknowledge that is a fair request. That if people feel that they would be better represented by a vote of the people, it's a fair request. But my question is, if this goes to a vote of the people versus allowing this to be a decision of the council, is there then an opportunity for the council to correct, or once it's sort of released, then do we lose that ability to make the sort of corrections and adjustments that Pacifica is currently allowed to do because of the fact that their council decided?
Right. So let me make sure I understand. So I think what you're asking then is if the city council were to cede its regulatory authority and put a regulatory measure on the ballot for a vote of the people, the question is would there be an opportunity then for the city council to reconsider some of the things that the people voted for? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, or could certain portions be held by the council and not other things? So
yeah.
And I'm not sure how it would look. I know some of the things that they're adjusting in Pacific are, they're reconsidering the number of dispensaries, and they're reconsidering the overlay districts, and of course the tax is a variable there.
So thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I really understood the question because I think there's been a fair bit of confusion. So I think the short answer to your question is yes, but it depends on what those things are, and staff would have to very carefully work with, certainly with experts who have done this before, to figure out what are those items in a ballot measure that should be left or that we could ask the public to leave to the discretion of the city council. So, for example, one of the examples we provided last time was you could have a tax on everything, whatever happens to be permitted in the future, that is no more than a certain percentage, but allow the city council discretion to reduce the tax. Similarly, on a regulatory measure, if it's crafted properly, you could put something in front of the voters that said we're asking the voters to approve no more than X number of dispensaries in particular areas of the city, for example, with certain other requirements, and give the city council discretion to then say, well, if we don't want X number, we can lower that amount. So there's all kinds of possibilities for that, but that really does require quite a bit of work and study to figure out how to make sure that those things are clear. Because once, as we've discovered, once the voters vote for something, then unless it's clear that the voters gave back some of that authority to the city council, it's still retained by the voters and would require a vote of the people to change. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
It does. It helps. And again, I want to make sure that some of those finer points were brought up, because it's when I made my comment initially about, that it may not be the best decision to put it on a ballot, there are reasons for why the council may want to hold it. I actually went back and looked at all of the ballots that had been submitted countywide, and I noticed that Half Moon Bay was the only city that actually put that question to the voters, and every other city chose to keep it with the council. And I imagine that having that flexibility is one reason why they may have chosen to go that route. That's my speculation, but I wanted to kind of get some of that additional data from you, Mark. So thank you for that. My next question is for the city manager, and it goes to what happens if we are successful in passing a ballot measure that allows us to tax cannabis at some reasonable level. At that point, the city would be responsible for developing a process to look at licenses, to accept licenses, process licenses, do background checks. And I'm wondering, city manager, if in your previous experience, you could talk a little bit about what that process looks like, how time intensive it would be, and whether we would be able to react quickly enough to take advantage. And you know, because we are hearing that time is of the essence, and if the city wants to capitalize on this, then we would want to move quickly. And it also, I mean, that question lends itself to whether we do we postpone regulatory, do only the excise tax now, and then postpone regulatory for later, but still want to do that as a vote. So then that has to wait for another election. From what I was sort of gleaning from the Pacifica documents is that it took them a good bit, possibly over a year, to develop their process and start processing applications. So just wanted to get a little bit of clarity on how you perceive the process would work and how soon you anticipate we could actually license and start generating revenue.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Salazar. I think the answer to that multi-part question is a series of walking us through what has to be done by voters, what can be done by council. So we've talked about it a little bit tonight, but a tax measure can only be done by the city council. I'm sorry, a tax measure can only be done by the voters because it will be a general purpose tax measure, which is what we've been talking about. That needs to be done on an election where city council members are being elected. And so here, that is even years. And so you really have an option for a tax measure, November 20 or November 22. The next component is regulatory. There are two options there. The regulatory ordinance can be adopted by the city council, or it can be adopted by the voters. If the regulatory is adopted by the voters, that does not have to go on an even year when there are council members up. That essentially can go at any time, either any regular or special election. So that's important to note that if you're talking about tax, it's only the voters. If you're talking about regulatory, it is the voters or the city council.
I believe we established that already. I was really asking about the process post-approval.
Fair. So post-approval, what we talked about on June 2nd was there's really not enough time to put a regulatory measure on the ballot. And so that means that we're talking about doing a regulatory ordinance post the adoption of a tax measure. That process can take anywhere from 6 to 12 months. So under the scenario that a tax measure goes on this November 2020 ballot, we would need direction from the city council to also begin on developing those regulations. Would those regulations be done in time for, if the measure is approved in November, to take effect in January? Potentially, but it could potentially be done a couple months later. One of your prior statements, though, said that if a tax measure goes on the ballot, the city must adopt a regulatory ordinance. That is not true.
I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I just wanted to make it clear that the city council can put a measure on the ballot to tax marijuana businesses, and there's decisions to be made about which businesses are taxed. And then there's a separate city council decision to develop the regulations that can take anywhere from 6 months to a year, and then there's a decision point there on whether the city council adopts them or that's put before the voters. Is there enough time for both the regulations and a tax to be available to to potential businesses in 2021? Potentially, yes. Subject to voter approval if it's put on the ballot.
Okay, so it could be within a year that we see revenue.
Well, it could be within a year that both the tax measure, if passed in November, and the regulations are promulgated and adopted by council if you choose that path. When we would see revenue is totally dependent upon when a business steps forward and goes through the process and decides to invest and put down roots in San Bruno. I think that's a question that we cannot answer now, and there's a whole host of reasons why. One of them is it all depends on what the regulations and what the taxes are, and that's not clear right now.
Okay. So potentially we could go back and look at a strategic initiative for next year and say that we are going to do we're going to vet this, we're going to do public hearings, hopefully not under the umbrella of COVID, and come up with something regulatory and could align that with a tax. Of course, everything would get pushed forward, but I mean, really, we're not looking at having anything online within the year anyway. So we're already late to the game, and so again, I also think there's a concern in trying to rush this. Looking at, I was reading about Mountain View going through a 6-month process, 20 public meetings in order to, before they move forward on theirs. With COVID-19, of course, we haven't had a real opportunity to engage the public. We're using Zoom, but again, I just wanted to put that out there as an alternative solution. If looking at the timing, understanding, of course, that we don't want to be too late to the game, and other people will, maybe eating our lunch by then. I think Brisbane's also ready to go on theirs. So if there really is an interest in supporting that industry, then I think all these things have to be considered as well. And really, we're not going to be fully recovered from our staffing shortages and everything in January. And so this, we'd have to consider how we will process all these applications and move that forward and on a timely basis as well. So I don't know, some food for thought. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Marty?
Yes. So Councilmember Davis brought up a question about South San Francisco, and I believe that's, if I'm correct, some uncertainty from staff, and I did a little research myself. They don't have a dispensary according to the planning department, and it sounded like Councilmember Davis was possibly open to look into distribution, but I don't know. I can ask my colleague now. Is that something, Councilmember Davis, that you're open to?
Well, yeah. I mean, a number of cities are talking about delivery, and that's where the South City is making their funds, are from delivery, and people are saying they want the ease of getting it, because part of the problem too is we have a dispensary. Who wants it in their neighborhood? That's another challenge. So it's just so much to go through and try to figure out.
Right. Yeah. And so a distribution doesn't need to go to the voters without the additional tax. It's 1.5%, and we get what we get. I just wanted to confirm that with our city manager.
Yes, if the council chooses not to have an additional tax, you can direct staff to develop regulations for any cannabis business and allow them here in the city of San Bruno.
Thank you for that. So I would say that I would be interested in for the delivery to proceed without the additional tax. I learned a couple things today. I heard from our chief of police who confirmed that the crime really isn't there. And I did something I normally don't do too often. I actually left San Bruno and went to Pacifica today. I visited the store where Holly is working. I was very impressed about the cleanliness, socially distancing going on in the store. I could say that's the first dispensary I've ever been in, and I was pleasantly assured that it isn't what people think that haven't gone. It was super clean, organized. There were 8 workers. So we haven't talked about job creation and the pursuit of people who are interested in that. They had a security guard. You have to give them the ID. So there's no way that somebody's going to, forge an ID in order to go get cannabis that's more expensive than getting it on the street. Okay? And in Pacifica, they are limiting the entry to 21 and over, if I remember correctly. So that's something I learned. And then I went down the street over by Nick's at Rockaway Beach, where the other dispensary is, and that's a medicinal one currently. They're going through the process to become retail for anybody. And it was a different vibe. It was like going into like a holistic center. And funny that their name is Seaweed Holistics, right? Kind of makes sense. I took pictures of it. I didn't send it to council. I just figured, we got enough things going on. I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I really do appreciate the conversations. And this isn't the silver bullet. I don't have misguided aspirations that this is going to solve our financial problems. I understand that. I understand the importance of development and everything else. Okay. But this is based on what Pacific is doing, $300,000 that we don't have right now. And Pacifica is just starting to turn on their burners, pun intended. All right. They got $300,000 this year, and they're looking at $500,000 next year. And
which, Marty, that's exactly what they estimated. So they're right on track with what they had estimated in their report.
Great. And I really appreciated Councilmember Salazar's, our Vice Mayor Salazar's question, because it answered. We could adjust a lot of it, and I believe what the mayor and I agreed to early in these discussions, our agreement in to let the regulatory thing happen afterwards, because we don't need to spend that money now, which is another 10 to 25,000. I'm pretty sure this is going to pass because Pacifica's passed at 78%, and I did look at the next door poll. It's like 65%, and it's an investment. This money that we're going to spend to put on the ballot, just like the money that we're going to spend to put on TOT if we go there. So I know it's late, and we have a whole nother thing to get through, but this is important, and I appreciate everybody's questions and comments, and I think we need to find a way to get to yes here, my colleagues. Going forward with the distribution by itself is one step, but we need to look at all revenue streams, and I trust that staff. They will have the best consultant that has done every cannabis, I believe, report or fee analysis in HDL. That $30,000 covers everything that we've been talking about. Now, I agree with Council Member Mason that I don't think we need to do a poll. I think we tell that to our consultant, and we choose and mirror what Pacifica did and go for that 6% with the adjustable, and then they could do their fee analysis to figure out how we recover everything. But I think this is eventually going to pass, and waiting is just going to put us a little further behind. It's not going to solve our problems, but it's going to keep $300,000 that we desperately need to hire whomever it is to make our city better. So I'll leave it with that for now. I got to get a glass of water.
Laura?
Hey, Marty, did you stop at Nick's Rockaway for the best crab sandwich in town?
I didn't have time to that.
Oh.
I buy my sandwiches locally.
So good. Thank you, Mayor Medina. So, some good discussions here tonight. Michael, thank you for going down that path. Those are all part of my questions that I have. Many cities have passed the tax measure on their ballot. I think you can have the due diligence that you need with community input on the regulatory part, and make that a council vote later on down the road. But I think it's important that we have the process. I think it's important that you don't just go through something that should take you 6 months or many months during public meetings to do something in 30 days. So the regulatory part bothers me. And maybe you're right, Marty, on the polling, because my concern, as I said earlier on, is I don't want to spend some money on something that we're not able to recoup the cost. We haven't vetted it out enough to determine that it's well worth my money. I don't go bet on the horses unless I know what I'm betting on, and I feel like I have a good return on my investment, I guess you should say. So some questions, I guess, that I have too as well. So a resident can place this item on the ballot and petition with the registered voters, right? So that could come if should it not pass here. I guess the question I have about dispensaries, and I don't really understand how they work in terms of the advisors inside those dispensaries, right? So it's a discussion I think we can spend a lot of time on, but I think before I ever vote on something, I kind of want to know what's happening in those places. When I go to Walgreens to pick up my medication, I've got a pharmacist who's educated, and he's giving me factual information. So I'd hope that somebody would actually spend the time to understand what's happening. I have to tell you, I've been in several dispensaries. I actually try to, especially when I travel and I get outside the Bay Area, visit different things that I might come across or might be interested in, and I've been in them in this state and out of state as well. And you're right; they're very professional. They kind of give you almost a bank feeling. You got to provide your ID when you get in there. You got to register. Security windows, whatnot. Very clean, very very well organized, very well run business. So I have nothing against those.
Are you done?
No, sorry, I'm just going through.
Sorry.
I know, Chief Johansson, you mentioned earlier regarding the police department's experience, but what is the experience with cash businesses? Because is it not true that a dispensary you can only go in and pay cash, and I believe you can pay by a debit card, So there's a concern about cash businesses. Is there any concerns in the town with crime where businesses that are just cash only?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I know Councilmember Davis just asked the chief, but the Pacifica store does take credit cards.
But debit card or credit card? Because it's a federal, it's not federally approved.
You
so
know what?
think
I
a
believe
bank-
I said credit card, but I think she's off the line. But
Chief, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I think it's a little bit difficult to speculate as to what could come in with a cash business. First of all, I would say that in my experience, they're not cash only businesses, but there certainly is a lot of information that they're cash heavy businesses.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the security that tends to surround these businesses is a big part of why we don't see a jump in crime when they come into town. They're obviously very protective of their cash. They tend to stand up systems and be pretty cooperative with their local police departments, at least from the checks I had done, to ensure that the security is in place. And it's difficult, right, for me to say anecdotally. I'm just basing this on what other chiefs and jurisdictions have said. They haven't had any spike in crime like Pacifica, not a single case number associated with the business or people who are patroning the business is fairly telling, I think.
Thank you, Chief. And is it true from staff that is there any city that actually has placed the regulatory part on the ballot and has passed?
Well, we know that Half Moon Bay did. I think they put 4 or 5 items on the ballot, and including dispensaries, and I believe all of them passed except dispensaries. And I think in the staff report we noted that they're not reporting any revenue.
Right. So Half Moon Bay passed for the tax measure as well as seeds that you can grow, but it did not pass for the retail regulatory. Okay. Thank you so much.
Then just oddly, because Marty, you mentioned, so I'm surprised we didn't see each other today in Pacifica. I also went down to Pacifica this morning and went into a dispensary. That was my first opportunity in going to one, and I was appreciative that the manager spent some time with me to answer questions, go through the process, and what have you. So very gracious, very kind, and some of your comments are correct. And I also, something Laura had started off with, it is great everybody's passionate. It is great that everybody is speaking. I almost feel bad when people say, thank you for allowing me to speak. This is their venue. And this is not, I would say, not going to go away. It's just about the systematic way in which we go through the process, whether it's the tax, whether it's, Marty, you mentioned deliveries. Again, the tax needs 4. And that was my reason was if that's a path we can't go, but you are right. Pacifica does do, in theirs it was a 6% up to, but it gave the discretion of the council. So you didn't have to go back if you wanted to go to a 7 or 8 or 9 or 10. So those are some things, but yeah, I think this is something that I was impressed with what I saw as well. As we had gone back, it was regulatory was off, but the tax was there. It does take more of us, but I know I just wanted to share that I also went to Pacifica, and it was a beautiful day. And no, I didn't get lunch there either, so I kept it here. Linda, you have your hand up. Oh, you're muted.
So tonight, unlike the last vote, I just want to be clear, we're not directing, this is not a vote on whether to direct staff, because I'm looking at the title of the resolution, and it's to appropriate funds from the general fund balance for a cannabis initiative measure. I think that was some of the confusion last time, was that when we were initially looking to direct staff and approve funding for consultants, which was a 3-vote requirement, can we just get some very clear direction there, please?
Certainly, Councilmember Mason. So the staff is asking for additional direction. I think it says so in the title of the staff report. You don't need a resolution to provide us with direction, but we have included a resolution for the purpose of authorizing staff to expend funds. And so that's the reason why that resolution is included in the packet. Staff is requesting additional direction regarding what to do. I think we've heard a variety of ideas tonight, and we still stand ready to implement the direction of the city council.
And the vote requirement is what?
So the requirement to direct staff would be 3 affirmative votes. And I think at the several meetings ago, we also had requested as a courtesy that the city council indicate to staff, were there 4 votes to put a tax measure on the ballot. At that time there were not. The city council could certainly take another vote on that tonight if they wanted to. There's been a great deal of discussion about that. So I think staff stands ready. We work for you, and we want to understand what the city council would like staff to do. I think it's fair to say that we don't really understand that at this moment. So we're hoping to see additional motions made to see whether they can garner the 3 or other votes that are required.
Okay. So then I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding the process. Is there anything stopping us from putting the tax measure on the ballot and then working on the regulatory side simultaneously? Because I keep hearing, council members concerned about the public process and the meetings, which I agree with. But is there anything stopping us from doing both?
So that's a policy question for the city council, and I think there's a couple of considerations that we did raise in the staff report. The first consideration, and because we don't have any polling or any testing, we don't know what voters will think of adopting a tax measure in the absence of a regulatory measure, or the idea of taxing businesses that in essence don't yet exist and are not yet permitted. So that's a policy question for the city council. And then the second policy question that we raised in the staff report is what happens if there are 2 tax measures on the ballot. And so that's a matter for our election consultants to talk with us about. And I think we've heard some things that give staff pause as to whether it's a good idea to have those measures on the ballot, because what generally tends to happen is that the voters choose one or the other of them. And so that's something that we would need further discussions with our election consultant. I'm happy to defer to Javon or Keith about that.
Well said.
Okay. So no, I mean, there's nothing stopping us from doing both simultaneously, just to be very clear.
You're correct. It's a policy decision for all of you.
Okay, great. And then the other question I had was something that Councilmember Davis brought up. That's actually a really good point, is that an individual can petition but cannot under shelter in place, which is why we allowed the developer to jump through that process with a unanimous council approval and place their item on the ballot. And I believe, if I remember correctly, in that meeting, there was a discussion. I raised the question of how this would be treated with others. And so is that to say that an individual at this point could come to the council with this item and be treated the same way as the developer, who stated, and probably has a lot more money, as Mr. Salazar stated, because they're paying for the consultant and everything else for the ballot measure, then an individual to come directly to council and ask to place the measure on the ballot and not have to violate the shelter-in-place order placed right now by the state and by the county.
Sure. Councilmember Mason, just to clarify, the property owner that came forward requested the city council to authorize staff to hire consultants and do the work and bring forward to the city council at a later date all of the necessary information so the city council could make the decision on whether to put it on the ballot, and they agreed to cover the full costs. So everything you said is correct, with the exception of the city council has not made a final decision to put that on the ballot. The city council did ask a number of questions, and the city council, I think in the conversation, was amenable to do it in part because the property owner was paying for the entire initiative.
Okay. Okay, I have more questions about that process, but we could take those offline, because it sounds like that's another avenue that may come back again. Yeah, I think that we've all said our part. I just really think that this is, given I know that we're in really dire constraints, but I really think that we need to, it's kind of been lingering for 3 years now. So and in those 3 years, you saw the list of all the cities that have approved these on tax measures, ballot measures, I should say. And you've seen the 6 months of public processes because they started this process 2 and 3 years ago when our city said no. So I just think we need to make that decision now, and I have a feeling that this will be back again, and staff will again be needing to prepare a staff report and spend another 50 to 150 hours just to bring it back again in a year or two. So I think just let the people make the decision. That's all I'd say.
Laura, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I will state that I will support a tax measure to be put on the ballot, but that's all I would support at this time, because I think that there are other options. And I was called for being the cause of the $8.2 million deficit. That's not my intention. My intention always to be part of the solution. We could be spending a lot of this time on grant writers. Michael and I sat down with Jovan earlier this year and said, I think this is important. I think we can bring a consultant on and look at writing grants and find ways to save money. I think there's many things we can do in the city to try to raise revenues. And it's not always about a tax. If this seems to have the community support, and there's been a lot of vocal people who want this, I think that one thing we can do is put the tax measure out there, even though staff is not recommending we put a tax measure out there without the regulatory part. But I think the regulatory part could come later when we figure out a lot of the ifs, ands, or buts, or what's, get some answers. But I hear people's passion.
Okay. So I will. Oh, I'm sorry, Marty. I'll concede to the other Medina.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Laura, a lot of things were written about you that were absolutely not fair, and I can tell you from experience, it hurts, right? And that's not what we're here for. We're here to do our best to lead our city as best as we can. I just wanted to clarify your one question. That's why I rose my hand up. I've said enough already, but I don't think staff, I didn't hear staff say that they are recommending one way or the other about the regulatory piece. If staff could clarify, please.
And Councilmember Medina, are you asking, are we recommending what about the regulatory piece?
That a ballot measure needs to have a regulatory piece or doesn't. I'm sorry, I don't recall hearing that.
I understand the question, I think. So I think the answer is that the City Council could put a tax measure on the ballot and say, for example, we are going to tax, we're allowing the people to decide to tax cannabis at a rate of no more than X percent, whatever that is. And the City Council at a later date can do two things. They can either decide to have a lower tax rate, or they can decide to have different tax rates for whatever activities, commercial activities, are subsequently approved. Because right now there are no activities that are approved. So in order to make that sort of a sensical ballot measure, you would want to tell people what is the maximum tax they're approving, provide discretion for the City Council to have it be less than that, and then further to provide discretion for the City Council to decide what activities to allow and what tax to apply to those activities, as long as it doesn't exceed the threshold that the voters have set.
Right, okay.
Does that make sense?
That I understand. Yes,
okay.
That's what I heard. And the regulatory piece will come later through a public process that will take a longer time. And I just wanted to make that clarification.
Right, the City Council would later be able to determine and study what cannabis activities do you want to see in the community and what's the right tax rate. I think right now staff does not have sufficient direction about what cannabis activities you would either want to allow or how you want to regulate them, because we really just haven't gotten into that yet. So this would allow the city council to make that decision at a later time.
And the allowance is part of the HDL study that would tell us that framework of which businesses to allow?
At a later date, the city council could authorize staff to retain HDL to help us craft the information for all of you to make that decision at the city council.
Okay, I got that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
With the chair?
Yes, Michael.
So just a couple more things before we move to approve the direction to do this, and I'm a little curious about what HDL has done for other cities and how that would differ from what they would do for us. And my point being that if there's already data that shows regionally what the pain threshold is for the tax, and it shows regionally what the earning potential is, would it vary that much between what Redwood City, what their results were, and what our results would be? And given that there may be a lot of similarities, what is the minimum cost that we could do this for? I mean, do we have to go? I mean, so the 100K is out. I think everybody said we're not going to go to 100K. We're not going to do regulatory. I think we're all on the same page there. But
I believe we are.
Yeah. So then the next thing we heard was potentially 68K or 60K or something like that. So, so before we're asked to say, yeah, let's go forward and do it. I would just be interested in knowing what that number is and what the bare minimum number would look like that we're committing to.
So I can provide some information about that through the chair. City manager can certainly chime in as well. So we do have the HDL proposal, which is attached to the staff report, and I think we would want to have the option of utilizing their services to tell us that before picking a number. I think in our staff report we said you could go from 2.5 to 10, but the problem is that cities that have imposed differential taxes on ballot measures have studied a particular regulatory activity and said, well, for cultivation, it's this tax. For dispensaries, it's that tax. For something else, it's a different tax or a different amount. And so at this point, I don't think we have sufficient direction or information to determine that. So I think HDL could help us, as well as our outside counsel, to come up with what should be the maximum tax that we would ask the voters to approve, even though we don't actually have any polling to suggest what that might be. That would be one of the questions that polling would test, but unless the city council authorizes us to do that in a very short period of time, we won't have that information.
And I hate to sound like an incredible cheapskate here, but I'm just, I'm looking for a bargain, and I think from the ballot measures I saw, there may have been only one city that actually got that granular about which industry would get taxed which way at which rate, and I believe everybody else treated it generically and provided a range. Those that provided a range, it was a range between A and B. And so again, if there is information that's out there, is HDL, are they just going city to city selling the same report with a different name on it? Because, how much variability can there be?
Address that. So, if I may, one of the things, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but one of the things we did find out from HDL, as I'm having a problem with answering questions tonight, obviously, one of the things we did find out from HDL is that each location is actually quite different. And I think it's consistent with, both Keith and I and Darcy were on that phone call with them. So it's not so much a regional variation, it's a variation from city to city. And they were, I think, quite clear with us that Pacifica is unique in a variety of respects, partly because they had these legacy businesses, but they also made a point of telling us that the other cities that they did work with to put measures on the ballot, I mean, the estimates of tax revenue were really substantially higher than what's actually been realized because there's so many barriers to entry for those businesses. So those barriers are there really no matter what the tax rate is. The tax rate is one of those barriers, but I think the way you protect yourself from that is you just put a maximum amount because you, as the city council, you can't authorize more tax than the voters have approved. So the idea would be to put a maximum on, give yourself the discretion to lower it from that amount based on information that we have yet to develop and have not yet received.
Okay. I'm not convinced, but I'll accept your answer.
It's sort of the best information we have at the moment given all of the circumstances.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to clarify something because Linda was on mute. When Marty asked about the regulatory, I said I thought we all agreed, and I'm going to correct my statement is that it was more of a 4-1. Is that fair? You can just nod, Linda. I just don't want to misrepresent because you were on mute. Because so we're trying to narrow the regulatory. Marty said I think we're all in agreement, but I wanted to make sure I didn't misrepresent on the regular.
You're saying for tonight,
for regulatory to be on the ballot. That's what Marty had made a comment, and I said yes, all 5 of us, and I thought I saw your head nod. No, so I just wanted to clarify.
No, I'm sorry, Rico. I don't understand what you're asking.
So trying to move the process on to where there's an agreement on the regulatory, putting it on the ballot. There was a suggestion that all 5 were on the page. That's not what we're on the table now. And I just wanted to clarify because I thought you did this, and I didn't want to misrepresent.
No, yeah. No, I'm in agreement.
Okay, so we're all 5 there. Good. Okay, thank you. So I think we're down to is there desire on the tax? And I think what staff would say then is we need some kind of boundary. Can you not have this tax where it encompasses everything? And then we go and with the, I know San Carlos did just 10% period. Pacifica did the kind of the variable scale, which gives more latitude. You don't have to go back to a vote every time you want a percent or done differently. So to staff, and I think what I'm hearing, obviously from the vice mayor, and I think you've got concurrence here too, is we're trying to get something achieved without a lot of cost, and we're trying to be mindful of that. So maybe final question to staff from me.
Sure.
What's wrong with approving just what Pacific has offered, voted on?
So, through the chair, we would need to compare the precise letter of what Pacifica had in their ballot measure. At this point, I don't know if they had any regulatory items in there. I think what we're talking about now is putting a tax measure on the ballot that would allow any cannabis businesses that would be allowed to be taxed at a maximum of 10%, but allow the city council with flexibility to lower that. In regard to the approximate $100,000 cost estimate for the entire initiative that included regulations, if we break that down, approximately $30,000 was needed for HDL. The large majority of that was to look into regulations and conduct that analysis, which would be conducted at a later date. So that is not needed. There may be some small work from HDL, but nowhere near $30,000. In addition, there was up to $25,000 for CEQA analysis and GIS analysis. Again, that was for a regulatory framework that would require the city looking at where they would allow cannabis businesses, what what businesses would be allowed, and look into how that would relate to our zoning code. But because we would not be talking about regulations, that would not be necessary. Then there was another $30,000 for a likely voter poll, and that is a decision point for the city council. Do you want to conduct a likely voter poll to inform your decision on the tax measure, or do you want to provide direction to staff to develop potential ballot language around a maximum of 10%, giving the city council flexibility? The other cost that was embedded was approximately $8,000 per mailing. The prior ballot initiatives that the city council has decided to place on the ballot have all had public education around them, not just websites, but also direct mailings to likely voters. We know that that costs roughly $8,000 per mailing, and so that's an open question for the city council. In addition, there was up to $11,000 for potential costs from the county of elections to place the measure on the ballot. And so there are still questions for the city council, and we can outline those again to really step through and walk away tonight with clarity. And the reason why you have a direction item and a appropriation item is because staff will immediately begin working on this to provide you with all the necessary information by the end of July, so we can submit the required documents to the county, which I believe are due August 8th.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize the poll, 30,000, the ballot initiative, we can't substitute that, it is what the county does, and then the question is on the mailer. So the mailer and the poll, and what I've heard from you is HDL is not necessary now, and the sequel obviously we know would not be necessary. Is that accurate?
We can give you a estimate. I would reserve approximately $5,000 for work. As we're drafting the language, we may need assistance from them, and I would like to have that flexibility.
Okay. All right, so 5,000 for consultant, up to 30,000 poll. Mailer, and that's 8,000 average a piece. The ballot initiative is what it is. So that's kind of what's before us. Any?
Mr. Mayor?
Marty, sorry.
In the event that we actually have two ballot measures, can we have one side cannabis and one side TOT? Or split in half, split the cost.
Can we do a joint mailer? Yes. We do have a ballot consultant, the Lou Edwards Group, working with us on a potential TOT measure. We will certainly ask them that question, and what we don't want is voter confusion. What we do know is that when you have two tax measures, voters typically choose, and we would need to be mindful of that in all of our public education efforts. We know that for the TOT measure, we have talked about a potentially a 2% increase that pre-COVID is approximately $500,000 a year. What we would see with a TOT measure, again, not knowing the final rate and not knowing when businesses would come in, is an open question, but we would certainly ask that question of our ballot consultant, because the more tax measures you have on a ballot, the more decisions that you're placing before voters, and it does affect their choices.
And one last thing is, in the event that somebody, a group out there, perhaps dispensaries in Pacifica, if they wanted to send their own mailer, is there any coordination that can happen with the city? I don't think they can do that, but
no.
They could do their own positive mailer if they'd like.
The moment the city council decides to put a measure on the ballot, we cannot engage in any advocacy. We can only do public education. And so it is neutral, fact-based, which is everything we have done for all of the prior measures.
Thank you. You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, thank you. We need clear direction to staff. I think we've already done it on the regulatory. about a potential tax measure and then an appropriation of funds, and then we need to kind of outline that to where would that be if that's what the council chooses, and even on the mailings, they're averaging 8,000. Marty came up with a concept, an idea. So I don't know, what the council wants, but they want clear direction, and I don't blame them. And
To the chair.
yes, Laura.
So I guess I didn't understand that. I think the polling's not needed. So the 8K for the mailer, the 11K for the county, the 5K for HDL. I thought that those were the only costs.
You're correct. He was asking for up to 5 on the HDL, up to 30,000 on the polling. Mailers are to average at 8,000 apiece. How many would we want? And then the ballot measure is a ballot measure. So there's 3 costs that I have question marks that they wanted our direction to be given to them.
So approximately $25,000.
Well, the 30,000 between HDL and it's really 30. Javon, can you clarify the poll, please? It's 30,000, which seems like a lot to me. But
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what they cost. We do use a polling firm that does a statistically significant poll of likely voters using various formats: text, phone, online, and unfortunately, those do cost approximately $30,000. Again, with the mailer, it's approximately $8,000 per mailer. Typically, we have done 3+ mailers. I think generally 3 to 4 mailers in public education at various times leading up from once the item is put on the ballot, leading up to the election, cutting off roughly 15 days before the actual election date.
Through the chair.
Mike.
Are we fully budgeted for the TOT tax right now? Do we have that covered in our current budget?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question. Linda.
Old-fashioned way, my
That's
real.
fine.
I just want to make sure. So I thought we were agreeing to save the 30,000 on the poll, because technically the poll's going to be
exactly
ballot measure.
Yeah, that's what they want, clear direction from us to make that statement.
Okay. I understand that it would normally be done, but I think if we can get to yes, I'm okay with removing the poll.
Laura concurred with you. Marty concurs. I bet you Michael would like to see that money come off the table.
And especially if we can provide a lot of the direction based on some empirical data that we have, that it's the same data we would garner from the poll. I mean, I imagine that what we're looking for in a poll is sensitivity to that price level. I don't know that there's that much of a preference, right? People are either going to say, yeah, go ahead and tax it, or they're going to say, no, we don't want it taxed. I can't imagine why people wouldn't want it taxed. Every single measure across the county has passed. So I mean, I don't think anybody's going to question that. So it's pretty low risk as far as I'm concerned.
Are we okay with the $5,000 for HDL?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hold on, you don't get a vote yet. Michael, on the 5,000 HDL?
Yeah.
Okay, so that, and then, yes, I'm sorry, Javon, go ahead.
Sure. I just want to be clear. One of the questions that we would ask in a poll is we would attempt to survey the interplay between having 2 tax measures on the ballot, both a TOT and a potential tax on cannabis. If we elect not to do a poll, we can ask our election consultant that question and rely on their professional advice. But if we did a poll, Councilmember Salazar was going through a number of things that we would ask, and I just wanted to point out that we would certainly ask that question because it very likely will have an impact. What impact at this point, we don't know.
And then I'll go to Linda. I'm sure the consultant would probably tell you run a risk, right? If there's one thing versus 2, just statistically. But Linda?
Well, I was going to say, can that be, since there's already a consultant for the TOT, can that be part of the poll that they're already running?
That poll has been completed
Yeah.
for the TOT.
Okay.
I mean,
And is there any money remaining on that contract?
there are additional task orders that have left to be filled. I think for a very nominal cost, we can ask their formal opinion. We did have some prior conversations knowing that this topic would come up, and the response was there will certainly be an interplay. If you have someone that is likely to, in general, not support taxes and you put two before them, they will look at the potential implications of both of them. For example, someone deciding on a TOT over a cannabis at this current moment, not knowing where we will be with COVID-19, with not a lot of occupancy in hotels, someone could favor cannabis, thinking that why put an extra burden on the hotels. So there will very likely be conversations that voters have in their head when they see two tax measures. And again, we can ask their professional opinion and get a formal opinion to the city council on that, but we did have anecdotal conversations with them this week.
Okay, and for purposes of direction tonight, though, that can be part of the budget already set aside for the TOT tax. It doesn't have to come out of tonight's conversation or a separate, I guess, funding source.
That was a question to staff.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mason, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I just want to make, because we're trying to cut away at the costs since that's a concern. And so if the question around the two measures being on the ballot would in some way affect one or the other, I'm just wondering if that question can be posed then to the existing council of the TOT, the consultant for the TOT, and if that could come out of that budget. So then that's one less thing we have to worry about tonight.
Unfortunately, I don't know the exact amount of money left on that contract and the task orders. I know that that contract was geared to take us through all of the conversations and scope of work for TOT. I think adding something would be additional scope. Now, whether there is a few thousand left in there, unfortunately, I can't answer that. My recommendation would be to allocate a few thousand more in what you do tonight, just to make sure that we have the necessary resources to ask that question and to see if there's any quick polling that could be done to provide the city council with information in the next approximately month and a half, when both of the items will be before you to decide what goes on the ballot. So if I had a recommendation, I would say increase the 5,000 that we were going to provide for HDL till approximately 8,000, just to provide a little additional money for that question to be asked, so you can have the benefit of that information.
So then I would be just, if we're on the same page, I'm at 8,000 for the consultant, approximately 8,000 for the mailer, and then 11,000 for the county to place the item on the ballot.
Yes, 8,000 per mailer.
Per mailer, yes, thank you.
And it's, yeah, between 7 and 11 for the ballot. Okay, so on the mailers, if we do go forward with this, that's another direction. They're going to want to know is how many mailers? Was the last question they were asking us. Just go ahead and.
Let's say one.
Okay, we have one. Next person.
I'll second that.
Okay. Next person.
Yeah, no, there's nothing stopping outside interests, whether for or against the measure, from doing their own mailing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm fine with one.
Same with Laura.
Okay, we're all good on that. Okay.
Comply with those.
So here's the, and maybe we should make a motion that we're abundantly clear, and I'll start it again so that Rico's abundantly clear. Or unless we all have consensus, your choice. But that we would move forward on a ballot, on a tax measure regarding cannabis, that there is one mailer There is the obvious cost for the ballot, which is between 7 and 11. And that there was then the HDL, which we had said 5, managers asking for 8. So with the 8.
35,000 total.
Okay, 35,000 total on what was just said. So that's what I've heard from our
discussion. Check the math. Can you check the math on that again, please?
Oh, Javon, check your math.
11,000
Keith.
for
Have Keith check.
11,000 for a consultant.
No,
I'm sorry,
8,000.
I'm doing it on Excel and I had another 8,000. It's 27,000. 11,000 for
Thank you.
elections, 8,000
Marty, you
for
just
the
saved us 3,000.
8,000.
I always try, man.
Okay, so for a total of 27,000, and we've heard how it's distributed as far as that. So that would be the direction and or motion, however the words you want to use.
Second.
27K is coming out of
An appropriate. We'll have to do a resolution for that, and it would be coming out of the general fund balance. Correct, Javon?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Marty, you had a thumbs up.
Yes, sir.
Linda.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Michael.
yes.
Rico. Yes. Okay. Well, first I want to say thank you, and I know it was rocky. I know there was some, me being more resolved to it. So maybe I was too resolved in the beginning. What I love is as we started this meeting so far, it has been positive. It's been uniting, and it's bringing it together. And we walk out with the 5-0 on this. Javon, we're going to need to do a resolution.
Yes, if you don't mind, thank you.
So this would be for 27,000.
Mayor Medina, I'm sorry, I didn't know if were we gonna do the text also?
That's what we were just doing. Everybody said thumbs up to the tax. No to regulatory. That was already decided. Yep. Yes to the tax. That was already decided. Unanimous on both. Yes up to 27,000, which will do a resolution for the appropriations. Can I have a action on the resolution? Council? This one I do need a motion and a second and a vote.
Motion to approve the funding for the ballot measure. Can we say up to 30,000 to give a little bit of leeway?
Yeah.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Mason?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Salazar?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, colleagues. Does anybody need a break, or we want to go right into Keith?
It's the tax measure was unanimous, and the spending of up to $30,000 was unanimous, correct?
You're correct on both. Unless anybody corrects me now, we'll consider this done. Thank you for your patience. And yes, all of us have gotten attacked, and just my text was going off attacking me for various things, and that's why I'm not even looking at the phone. No, again, I'll say it again. Nobody deserves when it gets personal or somewhat underlying threats. And so if you experience those, I'm sorry. And Marty, you're absolutely correct. Things I read about Laura specifically, and I'm not embarrassed to say that I have friends on this council. I'm not ashamed at all. And the things that were said are totally unjustified and not accurate. And until you know somebody, one should not chastise and lash out, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just in an abundance of caution, because we're having a side discussion here. It is the City Council's direction that staff is not to spend any additional time working on a regulatory measure for the November 2020 ballot. Is that correct?
Mr. City Attorney, you have 5-0. And
okay.
Correct. The city staff is not to spend time on regulatory. You are correct. And
okay.
I see nobody agreeing with me on the council.
All right. Thank you very much. Just wanted to be sure we're clear about that.
I think it's better to be safe than sorry. And
all right.
We ask again. Okay.
Thanks.
Does anybody need a break, or can we go right into the study session?
Through the chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, both. Michael, and then
It's 11:30. It's going to take a couple hours to get through this, so perhaps we should come back unanimously.
unanimously.
I think.
Yeah. Let me ask, because I know we have council has Wednesday and Thursday. Keith and staff, I know it puts you under a tight range. So, do you want to just do your presentation, or is it kind of pointless because we're not going to remember it next time?
So
advice.
Yeah, there are a number of very significant departments and funds that will be presented. I think the PowerPoint is over 55 slides of information we are going to convey to you. We have a meeting on Thursday that begins at 2 p.m. and the schedule currently goes through 5:30 p.m. and that is to talk about the capital improvement project budget. We could amend this section to that presentation and go into the evening on Tuesday, still beginning at 2 p.m. Alternatively, we could schedule another city council meeting for next week. We do not have a city council meeting scheduled for next week, which I believe is the third week of the month. And so we could have a special meeting on Tuesday the 16th to cover these sections. That is up to council, your desire.
So I don't want to speak for Michael, the vice mayor, but he has, correct me, Michael, but you have a meeting on Thursday night, CCAG, I believe, and so that can't, we can't continue that unless we don't want to be represented at CCAG on Thursday. So may I suggest to council, since we have at least 3 to 4 hours tomorrow in interviews, the thing is, though, we were going to do voting. Can we move that then to Tuesday the 16th, where we bring this budget and the voting for Measure G committee? What is your thought?
Mr. Mayor, if I will?
Yeah.
The interviews for Measure G committee are tomorrow. And
That's
then
correct.
the appointment was going to be on the 11th, which is Thursday. And we were planning to have a Measure G committee meeting next week. And so I would hesitate, unless you guys are moving the interviews, to have the appointment of the Measure G committee on the 16th. Is that what I heard you say?
Okay, so I would say no, we're not moving the 10th. People are lined up, and council and applicants. So are you saying, I know you wanted it next week, so you're saying that's a challenge if we have a decision on Thursday, it gives you no time to get the team together, the new team?
No, I think keeping with the schedule and having the Measure G appointments occur on Thursday is appropriate. What I thought I heard you say is have the Measure G appointments on Tuesday the 16th.
That's what I was at.
Yeah, I would say that that would be not preferred. If council so desires that, we can do it.
Let's ask council. Is council okay with still meeting on the 16th in a condensed version, meeting later in the, like if it's 3 instead of 2, to just do the Measure G committee? Or, because I think I can see what staff saying they'd like to meet with them the following week, and that may cut it very close for those that have to make arrangements.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
I noticed we have 4 hours scheduled on the 11th, and I don't know that it's going to take us 4 hours to appoint these folks. Can't we do the appointments and continue this meeting and within those 4 hours on Thursday?
So we can certainly do the appointment of the Measure G committee meeting on Thursday the 11th. Also on Thursday the 11th, we had a robust capital improvement project presentation at the request of council to talk about how we fund streets and the various treatments. We can truncate that and attempt to accomplish everything we were going to do today and capital on Thursday. Absolutely. Beginning at 2 o'clock, we will go as fast as you want us to go through the information and truncate the presentation.
So make Thursday a merged, is it goal? Speed reading? Yes?
Yes, good.
I think that's fine. That's what it's budget season. We've had a lot of meetings.
Okay, so Javon, we will continue. Well, council has tomorrow for interviews. The 11th, we will continue. And we'll try to condense what we can between on the budget and then make appointments. And maybe we should start with appointments first so we get that out of the way.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Staff, Javon, you're good. I see everybody looks like we're okay with that. Okay. And I'm sorry, Keith, but thank you for staying with us all evening. Okay, if we're going to move that, then let's go to number 8, comments from council members. If you have a comment, just go ahead and turn your mic off and I'll call on you.
Turn it on.
Turn it on, yeah, turn it off, turn it on. Michael?
I have a couple of things. So one, we received a request to support or to not support something that's being proposed regarding and see, this is when it gets late, it's hard to keep these things straight in your head, but basically there's something afoot in Sacramento where they want to reallocate some money that's coming to the cities, and they want to reallocate that to charter schools.
ERAF.
ERAF, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Too many acronyms, but yeah. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything in motion yet from the city manager's office or through the mayor to support that, but it does sound like something that could affect us and that we may want to take a position on. So I did want to ask if we can, if we're not already doing something to support that effort to defeat that we might consider it.
Sure. Through the mayor, we do have a opposition letter drafted and ready for the mayor to sign tomorrow.
Okay. All right, thank you. And my other item was regarding rate increases. And I got a call yesterday, and it was, regarding whether we're going to be moving forward with our regularly scheduled rate increases on utilities. And I know we moved forward with garbage, and it was a very minor increase. We saw cable go up, and there's you can say that's essential or not essential. It's becoming more and more essential as we move more into modern times. But I know that a lot of these rate increases are programmed. They're going to happen automatically. They're not going to come before us. But given everything that's going on right now, given the economy, given the unemployment rate, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to review that and hold off on rate increases for water and sewer. There was also a request from the same resident asking if we can provide discounted rates for people with permanent disabilities. And I know that we do it with people that have, that they're proving, limited
low income.
But, if we can extend that to people with permanent disabilities. I know PG&E, they do some vetting, and I heard that from at least City of Millbrae will honor whatever PG&E is doing in terms of discounts for residents that meet either disability or low income things. So it seems like there's an opportunity there for us to expand what we're doing without a lot of extra work, without a lot of vetting, if we approve that. So something I wanted to bring to my colleagues and hopefully get some support on providing a little bit of relief to the residents this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go down to Laura.
So Michael, just on that comment, PG&E has what's called a CARE program. And yeah, a lot of utility companies actually will just sign them up. And we actually sign them up if they're on the CARE program. And they have to opt out of it. We send them a letter to opt out if they want to opt out of it. Because it's an important thing, especially for utilities. Public comments, we continue to hear public comments. And some things are just opinions and whether they're happy or sad or frustrated or whatever. And I understand that. But sometimes public comments offer an opportunity to respond to the resident and to provide them information. So I'd really like to see a more consistent process, or is it my requirement, should I make this comment under council comments to say, hey, earlier tonight, someone made a comment and I'd like to see if we can get XYZ to them. And I don't know if me interrupting earlier in the meeting during public comment was the right thing to do or not. So I guess I want clarification.
And yes, for all of us. Linda, and then. Oh.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, sorry, when I look down, I'm looking at my notes, everybody. It's not my phone. I just wanted to see if we could, we had a nice follow-up a couple weeks ago on Florida Park, and I know that some of the community got excited about an alternative plan since we didn't have the money to do what I think was originally anticipated. So if we could, if we could as a city just keep the weeds down, that would be great, and keep the park clean. I'm not sure if staff is fully back at work. But the other area that I drove by yesterday that was a bit concerning was the growing, I guess, just stuff. I don't know how else to explain it. On Forest near the park, there is a small homeless encampment there, and we understand from the beginning of Shelter in Place that we can't remove the encampment right now. I believe there's 2 people there. But from the last time I went a couple of weeks ago, it's almost maybe more than doubled in size just by stuff. And at some point, I just feel like it becomes a health hazard. And so if we could do something to go out there and either have them clean up or whatever we can do, because it's just there are neighbors that live right across the street from there, and it's just growing. I just wanted to echo what everybody else has said tonight, that Ariana Bullock and the Black Lives Matter demonstration that occurred yesterday was really, really quite beautiful. The community really came together for those of you who were able to attend. And I saw a lot of parents there, parents of CAP students, a lot of Cappuccino students. We had teachers from the district there. It was probably over 100 people that showed up, and it was just a really unifying event. And she did a really great job. I would read it, but it's really late in the night. I would highlight if I think all of the council members have Facebook. The president of our Arts and Culture Committee posted a post the other day on Facebook that I highly recommend everybody read. She gave me permission actually to share it, but she gives a great insight of what it's like to be African American living in San Bruno, and it's something that if you haven't thought about, you should definitely think about and take the time to read. It's really heartfelt and I think quite honest. And there's a part that she puts in there that's just, she talks about her son walking to school and the fear she had in him walking to school. And at some point she says something along the lines of like, I wanted to go out there and say, hey, we've got good jobs and we're good people and we want to make sure that the community knows that. And it's all because of the color of her skin. And it's really powerful. So I really want to encourage everybody to read it. And it's under her name, Melissa Harris. And then lastly, I just wanted to ask if our mayor could close the meeting out tonight in honor of George Floyd, who was buried today.
Absolutely. Marty.
Yes, well said, Councilmember Mason. The event at City Park was beautiful. It was even more touching that it was created by our youth, and I don't know. It's late, and I want to try to keep this short, but it's the hardest thing in answering my son is, why did that police officer do that, Dad? And it's like, I don't really know, but it was horribly wrong, and it should not have happened. And I don't know how we're going to get forward from it, but we have to work. We have to listen. We have to ask more questions. We have to be kinder and more accepting. And I think today we did that with voting to honor the flag for Pride Week. I think, and another thing is the example that we provided tonight on a very controversial subject, that we talk respectfully, acknowledge our differences, but still find a way to move forward. So thank you to the police department for just handling it perfectly, the right touch. People don't want to be masked upon. Just kind of let it chill, and I couldn't be prouder of our community. So thank you all.
And gonna echo most of what everybody said, but yes, honestly, thank you to the San Bruno PD. Thank you to Chief Johansson, who was there. I'm sorry? Oh, I heard something. And participated. Thank you to the staff who brought buttons, signs, water. I mean, it was really going to try to make this as a special moment, and for somebody who has called the other mayors to say, how did it go yesterday? I will say, I thought ours, and again, you may not read about it in the newspaper, saw it on the news, but you didn't need to, because it really was a united, good effort by a community. And unfortunately, those things aren't newsworthy all the time, but it made news, I think, in the city of San Bruno and in my heart. And to everybody that was there, I really want to thank you. And again, to the police department, who, as was indicated, I thought, did the right thing, took the right stance, allowing everybody to have their opportunity and moment in the city park together as a community. So, and thank you to everybody for tonight, and staff, all of us. We started it off, and we're ending it off, and it's about trying to unite, trying to not be silent, and trying to move forward. We are going to adjourn. We are going to adjourn in a moment of silence prior to us departing. As we well know, today marked the day that George Floyd was laid to rest. And as his daughter had said, my daddy changed the world. So let that be something that we all remember, that one person, in whatever unique and special way at times, unfortunately, he should never have been taken from this earth. But my God, his name will resonate, and hopefully this country becomes a better place for this man being amongst us. So may I have a moment of silence, please? Thank you very much, all. The next regular city council meeting will be held on June 23rd at 7 o'clock. For the council, we will virtually see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much. Be safe.